Well, hello everybody. Good morning. This is day 3 of the SignWriting Symposium 2015, July 23rd, 2015. We are very happy that you are here watching our presentations because this morning we have our first presentation from Rafaela Cota Silva from Portugal. Hello, Rafa. Welcome.
Hello.
Tell us about your work. I believe the name of your presentation is Signing to Write, SignWriting in the Classroom. And I very quickly want to tell you, I forgot, that Rafaela has already done another presentation last year in 2014. It was presentation 22. It's still up, of course, on the web. It was called Once Upon a Time They Wrote, Now We SignWrite. And Rafa is going to continue that same topic of teaching in the classroom. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's okay? Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so hello everybody. So first of all, I would like to thank the opportunity of being here presenting my work to all of you that are in so many different countries. This year I will speak in English, so I ask you to forgive me for some mistakes or something wrong that I would say. So, my name is Rafaela, and I'm a Portuguese sign language interpreter. I work in higher education, it's like a university, and I started in 2008. And this year, for the first time, I started teaching sign writing. And that happens because I did an investigation on that area. It was my master thesis. It was about sign writing, and I did an adaptation of sign writing to the Portuguese sign language. So this presentation is based on a sign writing learning experience, which happened during almost 4 months. It was between February and the end of May. And it took place at the ESEC, which is education school here in Coimbra. And the subject was a part of the Portuguese Sign Language degree. With this presentation, I intend to present two perspectives, the teacher perspective and also the student's perspective. So in this situation, and beginning with the teacher perspective, the teacher was a beginner, so it was the first time that I teach this kind of subject, that I teach sign writing. And like everybody feels, starting a new task and teaching some subject, it's always hard and demanding, but on the other hand, it's also challenging. Oh, sorry. So at the beginning, it was a little hard preparing classes without having the notion of the perception of how long the task will take. So what I felt at the beginning was I don't know how much time with which every task will take. So it was a little difficult to me prepare the classes without have that notion. And but it was interesting to realize that while the semester was advancing, I become more confident in that preparation. And so because this subject wasn't easy, at the beginning I was always concerned with the balance between the theory and the practice. Because in order to become fluent on writing a language, the students and everybody need to write it over and over again. And first of all, the students need to have the theoretical basis and theoretical tools about the writing system. So for me, it was a little difficult to know how to balance these two aspects between theory and practice. And because the subject had few hours, it was a subject with 20 hours during a semester, so there are not much hours to do all of this. So, like I said, unfortunately, with a lot of themes to teach in only 20 hours. It was easy to get much time to practice. So once I have the obligation, of course, to follow the subject program, the strategy that I use and that I adopt was ask the students to do some homework, meaning autonomous work. And I try to ask for varied works, like so the students can improve their skills on the writing. For example, sometimes they had to write signs that I recorded. Sometimes they had to record themselves signs that I write it, and sometimes they have to do both. They have to record it and then write the same sign. Um, so they did the both, so I can verify if they were doing things correctly. And all that works were corrected in the classroom. So in one hand, that could be a good option because it will be possible to save some class time, and also because all the students could learn with the colleagues' mistakes and clarify some doubts. However, on the other hand, what happened was that a lot of students didn't do the homework. So in the class, they don't take all the advantage that they should. And sometimes when it wasn't possible to do the correction in the classroom, I did it at home, and then I delivered the works to the students. So they always had feedback about their performance, their writing performance. So I think from what I saw, I think it was a good strategy. So they had the theory in the class and some practice also, but the idea of their practice at home, it was really good too. Besides that, there was no doubts. Like I said, that practice and correction was a very efficient strategy for learning sign writing. So another good strategy that I used was giving to students the chance to produce written signs in the class, because with that they were able to understand the difference between the two perspectives. I mean, the perspective of the person who is producing the signs and the perspective of the person who is seeing the signs. Because at the beginning it was very difficult to them to understand that they have to write according to their perspective. They have to write what they see, and most of the times they write what they see on the other person's hand and not on their hand. So it was good for them. The materials that I used were also fundamental to students' study. In every class, I always use the PowerPoint, so they can have a visual support. Well, in Portugal, we don't have much books or much bibliography about sign writing, so I had to use some materials from another countries, like United States and Brazil, which are countries with where sign writing is very they have lots of materials. So in fact, the only Portuguese material that I used was my master thesis. So it's the only one. But I use materials from United States and Brazil, but I don't think it was a big problem, because once the symbols are universal, are the same at all the countries, it was good to the students to realize how they can write signs and learn another signs also from another sign language. And of course, all of this process of teaching had difficulties. And besides the fact that it was the first time for me to teach this subject, sometimes I was a little insecure, and I think that happened because most of the things that I know about sign writing was self-learning. It was made by myself, by reading, practicing, or reading documents and investigation things. And also I did an online course with Metsan Barreto from Brazil, which was crucial to improve my writing skills.
Very nice.
So, as I told, this presentation shows two views, two perspectives. So, I already talked about the first one, and now I will talk about the second one, the student's perspective. Before that, I think it's important to mention that these students began to have contact with sign language just a few months before. At the moment, so they weren't fluent and in the language. So this was something very important to take in account, because sometimes they don't even know the signs, which increases difficulties when writing it. So, well, but in opposites, having this subject was an asset to enlarge their vocabulary knowledge. Just to mention, the class had 20 students. There are 2 men and 18 women, and they have the ages were between 18 and 28. So, in order to understand students' point of view and their opinions about the subject, I made an individual and anonymous inquiry. So what I intend with this is that students explain how they felt about learning this new subject, about learning sign writing for the first time. So first of all, I questioned the students if it was useful for them to learn sign writing and why. Here it is. And it was amazing to realize and to verify that there wasn't a negative answer to this question. So all the students say yes, and they have shown some different reasons to their answers. Some of the reasons were because it was helpful to the sign language learning, because they have the possibility of read and write sign language. Also, because some of them consider that the sign language, with the sign writing system, the sign language is at the same level of other language, like Portuguese, for instance. And also the possibility of knowing and learning another sign language through sign writing. Mm-hmm. And it was a way of helping sign language production, because they can see the signs writing, and then they can produce what is right. Another reasons were the recognition of the language, because if the language have a rating system, so it means that it is a true language. Also, it is another tool besides video, because the support that they had to study sign language most of the time are just videos. So with sign writing, they have another tool, and also to prove that I already told that sign language is a real language and not just a way of miming, as lots of people still think it is. And it is also an asset to deaf people have their own writing system. Here in the next slide, I have I'm talking about the first question, and I have some quotations, some answers about the students that I thought they were important to show. So some said that, in my opinion, it's an asset to sign language learning, also to sign language reading and writing. It's very useful because sign language isn't just miming like a lot of people think, and it's important to show the sign language writing system. So it was useful, yes, some said. It was a way of recognizing the language, and yes, because other language have writing system, and sign language should have it too. So despite all the advantages mentioned before, as I told, the subject had few hours. And because of that, I asked the students if they thought that there were enough hours for a good learning of sign writing. Well, they were all in agreement, and the answer was no. They referred that they will need more hours to get more knowledge and a good consolidation of the system. Some students also mentioned that it was an important subject with few hours of learning, and added that it was a new language with a very complex writing system, which have a lots of specificities and lots of things to learn. So the hours were not enough to clarify all the doubts that they had. And here I had some answers. So the students said things like, this subject need more hours so we can have more practice. We should have more hours because it was a lot of information and it wasn't easy. It was much complex for just 2 hours per week. That's our class. It's just 2 hours per week. We should have more hours because it's a new language. This is a very important subject and we need more hours to have a good and solid learning. So same ideas. So, and also that idea agrees with my initial thoughts, and it's clear for both, for me as a teacher and for students, that 20 hours are not enough to provide to who is learning sign writing for the first time the tools to be able to write sign writing fluently. So the next question was about the advantages of learning sign writing as Portuguese sign language students. Here there was a general idea, which was that sign writing was an excellent tool to help them while they are studying Portuguese sign language, because it allows the students to write signs learned recently, and also because they can take simple and quick notes about signs, as well as the fact of can register the signs and later remember it. And besides that, some students told that with sign writing they can understand better the chimeras and its function, so they can know where is the localization, the shape of the hand, the orientation of the hand, the movement. So it is easier to them to understand that with the sign writing. Also, in this question, some students told me to answer that they can make a correct production of the signs and can also realize not only how to execute the signs, but also the sentence structure, because once we write sentence, they are able to see how it is the structure. Some students also said that with sign writing they were able to compare the two languages, in this case Portuguese language and Portuguese sign language, and realize the main difference between the two languages. And other students, because here the students really like international signs, so some students told that once the symbols used are the same, they will be able to get to know international signs by sign writing, using sign writing. This class had both teachers, future teachers, Portuguese Sign Language teachers, and future interpreters. And some future teachers talked about the possibility of, in the future, teach sign writing to deaf and also to hearing students. And also a couple of students added the fact of fulfillment. And I think it's a very interesting idea that students felt that with sign writing they have some personal and also some professional gains.
Wow. Great.
Here are some answers that I choose to show you. So some said, I think that the writing is something very important for every language, and sign writing allows sign language to have its writing. It's like if I speak Portuguese and I don't know how to write it. It's very important to know how to write the sign that we produce, and we can do it with sign writing. I can have a writing conversation with someone who also knows sign writing. It's a very interesting answer that students are already thinking, having writing conversation through sign writing. So next I asked the students to tell the main difficulties that they felt while they are learning sign writing. So in general, students' opinion was that sign writing is a very complex system, and the first approach wasn't easy, meaning it was hard to them to know how to start writing, what should they write first, where to put the arrows, and which one to choose, Were they all context symbols needed, or they can simply?
Oh, I can't hear her. Rafa, we've lost your sound. Can you hear Rafa?
So after realizing how they should start and how it works, the writing, all the students affirm that they have some difficulties, for example, on understanding the movements, like this distinguish between the plans, and some movements like the forearm movements, the hand movements, and also the circular movements were a little confused to them. So for other students, the difficulties were on the shapes of the hands. They told that there were a lot of hand shapes, and some were hard to understand. There was one student who told that the biggest difficulty was put it all together. So they have the movements, the shapes of the hands, the hand orientation, the localization of the signs, and the student understood it separated, but once he had to put it all together, it was a little difficult to him.
Okay.
And another one added that his biggest difficulty was writing in columns, probably because they are used to write in lines, so it's a little different. And here are some answers to this question. So there are a lot of hand shapes, and at the beginning was a little scary. While we were progressing in the subject, it became really hard to arrange the movements with the hand shape and orientation. My biggest difficulty was the first approach to writing, because it was a new information and it seems very hard. So next question was about real application of sign writing in the future from them who are now studying Portuguese Sign Language. And here the answers were a little varied, which is good because proves that sign writing can be values in so many fields. So therefore, the main thoughts here were the possibility of learning a new sign language to sign writing, the possibility of remember signs which are written, because if you are a long time without producing a sign or without seeing some sign, it can happen, you can forget it. So if the sign is written, you can remember it. And also the possibility of having a good knowledge about language and its grammar, because sign writing shows all of that. Also the grammar, because you can write sentence. And the possibility of having a writing communication with someone who also knows the system sign writing. And the possibility of take quick notes in quick write of new signs. Some of the students, as I said, will become Portuguese Sign Language teachers. So they mentioned the possibility of, in the future, teaching sign writing. So besides, there were students who said, I think this was a really relevant invention, like the possibility for deaf students to write and to read on their own native language, as well as the important fact that sign writing, it might be a reality soon in deaf education, because right now lots of people are learning sign writing. So probably in the future this could happen at schools and deaf schools. And here are some answers that I thought they were important to show. So unfortunately, sign writing isn't taught to deaf students, but the more people learn it, more likely sign writing might be a reality in deaf education. As many written systems, sign writing helps the language consolidation and also its grammars. As a future teacher, it's crucial to learn sign writing so I can teach it to my students. It allows me to write the signs so I can remember them later. And it's very interesting because the students start to learn sign language recently, also sign writing, and they already think of this way. It's really interesting that they value the sign writing system, because here in Portugal some deaf people are a little, I don't know how to say, not afraid or not scared, but they don't accept very well the sign language writing, because they say we have video, so we don't need a system, a writing system. And I think it's important that students, future teachers, think like this, because they will be future teachers, so they can pass the message and they can teach this subject. So lastly, I asked the students to add some observation or some comments that they thought that were important to be said. So here also the answers were varied. So some students were surprised to know about sign writing, meaning they had no idea that sign language can be written. And other students referred that it was a very interesting and useful subject, but also very difficult and very complex. And because of that, they will need more hours of learning or to have the subject in the following school years, because here on sign language degree we have sign writing at the first year, and it's only that year, and on the following second and third they don't have sign writing, so they only learn sign writing. This 20 hours, it's the only contact that they have with sign writing. And so these ideas, I think, were also proved that with the answers to the question, with this, we can be, the students enjoy, we can, I think with this question, with this answer, sorry, we can see that students enjoy the subject, but they felt that they had what they had learned was not enough to be fluently. So at the end, they all agreed that teachers and interpreters should know this writing system. And here we have some answers. So this system should be taught to deaf children as soon as possible, just like hearing children learn to write the system of their spoken language. I really enjoyed the subject, and I think it's very important to students who are learning sign language. We should have more hours of this subject. It was very unexpected for me because I have no idea that it existed. So, in conclusion, and as stated before, and despite of being hard in the beginning, all the students thought that sign writing was a fundamental tool for those who are learning sign language, and it's a big help to the study and to science productions. Besides, all can imagine a practice application of the system now while they are studying and in the future. Can imagine application, yeah, now in the future. So, and I also think that way, because if at the beginning it was hard to teach, and it wasn't, I believe that practice makes it better. So it's important to continue the process and try to improve the skills. And this idea of continuing the process, improve the skills, it's also to the teacher as well to the students, because in order to become fluent in writing sign writing, it's important to practice. And lastly, based on the student's answer, I can conclude that it is crucial that future teachers and also interpreters have the opportunity to learn how to write Portuguese Sign Language. So this my final thought is that this experience was very important, because sign writing can only be a reality in deaf education here in Portugal once there are teachers with knowledge and skills to teach this subject at schools. And that's it. Thank you.
Wow, that's wonderful. Well, don't go away. Bring back yourself.
Yes.
Unshare your screen.
Okay.
There you are. There you are. Wow. I'm really stunned. That was a beautiful presentation. And you explained it really, really well. And the combination of your slides with your discussion made it an extremely important presentation. And I look forward to putting interpreters to the task of getting a transcript of what you said, because I think, well, you know, you're an interpreter yourself, but what you said is so a backup for the slides. It's so important what you explained. Thank you very much for doing this project. And
Thank you.
You are an interpreter yourself, isn't that true?
Yes. Yes,
Right.
it's true.
Yes.
And I'm also a teacher.
And you're also a teacher. That's obvious.
Yes, right now, yeah.
And what what university? Where did you teach this course?
I teach. Well, it's not. It's higher education. It's not called university. Well, it's the same thing. It just don't have the same name. So it's higher education of Coimbra.
Of Coimbra. Okay.
Coimbra. Yeah, it's a city near between Lisbon, the capital, and Oporto. So in the center of the country.
Yes, and your previous presentation last year, presentation 22, you had developed beautiful materials,
Yes.
and they were for deaf children. Is that right?
Yes.
Right.
And hearing also, because here we have deaf children in hearing schools. They are like, we have the inclusion system. So deaf children can have access to that books, but also hearing children's. Because the story was recorded in sign language and also have voice. So it is accessible to all.
Oh, that's wonderful. So that was your master's degree, I believe, isn't that right?
No, that was a work that we have done last year in school.
Oh.
Because one of the teacher writes the history, and then our deaf teacher sign it, and one of the interpreter give voice to the. But my master thesis was about adapting the sign writing system to Portuguese Sign Language. So I made a proposal of some signs, some written signs, to prove that sign writing can be adapted to Portuguese Sign Language. So with the hope that we can use it here in Portugal. And I also made a proposal. Yeah, I also made a proposal of a course. So if once they become a reality, teachers can apply to that, have that course in order to teach sign writing. Because here we have Portuguese Sign Language program that Portuguese Sign Language teachers should use. Also have sign writing in the program, but the problem is it's that most of the teachers don't learn sign writing, so they weren't able to teach. So it's a big problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a problem if they're given the subject but nobody can teach it except for yourself. It sounds like yes.
Yes.
Well,
it's included in Portuguese Sign Language subject, so it's like just a few hours, and only at when the students have more or less 15, 16 years old, so it's too late. Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? So in your case now, you're training interpreters and teachers who are going to go forward and teach Portuguese Sign Language. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes,
and
correct.
so some of them don't even know sign language, if I understood you correctly. No. That's a lot to learn. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, because here we don't have the obligation. You can apply to a degree without knowing sign language. It's not the obligation. So because we don't have sign language subject for hearing, it's not a choice. You know, if you are in a school, you can choose between English, French, Spanish, and sign language is not an option. So we can't obligate the students to know sign language if they don't have. Yeah.
So they're opting to become a teacher. They're choosing to become a teacher of deaf students or of interpreters. Or is it both?
Well, they choose to become a teacher. So then when they finish, it depends on the place where they will work. Most of them will work on deaf schools, so teach deaf students. But like I said, some schools, there are few schools, but some schools have sign language to the hearing students, which have classes with deaf students. Yeah, but there are few schools that do that.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, yes, go ahead. I was just going to ask these questions because in our country, in the United States, and I'm sure in other countries too, there are oftentimes quite a difference between deaf education and classes that teach sign language to hearing people. It's a very different world, really.
Yeah.
Deaf education, oftentimes they don't even teach deaf people sign language. Did you know that in some schools? They just don't believe in
Really?
it. Oh yeah, so deaf people are just using sign language on the playground, but they in school are given lip
But
reading.
are that specific schools to deaf students? Because here, parents can choose if they want uh, her deaf children, if they go to deaf schools or hearing schools, and if they are implanted, the cochlear implant, parents can choose, and they are not obligated to go to deaf schools. And if they go to hearing schools, they will have sign language too.
I
They
see.
don't have interpreters, yeah, and they are mixed with hearing.
This is such an interesting topic because on our first presentation day, this symposium, on presentation 42, Dr. Mohammed Abu Sherra from Saudi Arabia and Jordan brought up this very topic. In fact, he asked me to do some homework and find out how many people use cochlear implants in the United States. So after we were all done, I had to look that up, and there was a good number, but I'll never know the real number. The point here is this, that you have cochlear implants also in Portugal, obviously, and some people use it and some people don't. But it sounds like you have deaf schools that are like a residential deaf school where people are all using sign language with deaf children, and then there are those who are using the hearing schools as a mainstream, as we call it here. That makes sense, and all of that is very confusing, isn't it? Because there are so many different ways of thinking. And what about the teachers at the deaf schools? Do they use sign language with their students?
Yes.
Good.
If we are talking about this specific schools where they have the special needs, special education, they have sign language, they have classes only with deaf students and some other subjects mixed with hearing. And in that schools we have more or less 24, 23, I don't know exactly the number, all over the country. So they're not too much, but they're okay. It's like one for, I don't know, some mainly city district. And the deaf students are there, and they have deaf teacher and also hearing teacher, because here in Portugal, hearing can also teach sign language. And yes, they have hours of sign language. They have Portuguese language as second language, and
it's good.
Yeah,
Good.
It's not perfect, but it's good. Yeah.
Yes. So what do you see as the future now of sign writing in Portugal? How do you feel that it's going to move forward?
Well, I think it will be a little difficult, yeah, because most of the Portuguese sign language teachers are not young people. They teach for a long time, and most of them take the degree here in Coimbra because it was the first one. So they know something about sign writing, but like I said, they were a little, let me use the video, not the writing, because they learn sign writing, most of them like with 20, 25 years or maybe more. So, and that proves that if they had learned it younger, it will be easier to them. So they learn while they are, I don't know, they have 20 years or more. So it's difficult to learn it, and also with 20 hours of contact. So it's very difficult. They have 20 hours of learning, and then they need to teach it.
I think what you're saying is they already knew sign language perhaps for 20 years.
Yes.
Right. So they already knew sign language. They had never had a written form before because they didn't know about sign writing. Or it might not have even been ready yet. You know how that is. It's a new system too. And so now they're learning about it, and it's very hard to change. I mean, if you're told for 20 years that the language you know does not have a written form, and then somebody comes along like yourself, you're a beautiful teacher, and you say, here it is, everybody, it must be kind of a shock, right? That's what. That's their reaction to it. But it sounds like you're doing a beautiful job.
I'm trying to, with new teachers. And I also have deaf students, because we have mixed it. The degree have hearing and deaf students, so I worked with an interpreter, which was funny because I am an interpreter, and it was the first time that I was working with an interpreter. And it was really interesting because the deaf students that I had, they are like 18, 19 years old, and they were like, oh, this is so visual, it's so clear to me, because I see my hand, so I will write it like this, and I make this movement, I will write this movement. Because sign writing is very visual, so and it was funny because they noticed that.
Isn't that nice? That's really
Yes.
great. You know, there's a visual quality to sign writing on purpose.
Well,
You know, if you know what I mean. We made
yes, I know.
the real reading system the most important part in our world. We wanted very much to have everybody be able to read a document quickly if they knew sign language already. If they knew what the signs were, they could see the palm facing. It's very visual. They have facial expressions. It looks like the signs. And actually, if one knows sign language already and you look at sign writing for the first time, all you need is a few minutes introduction of, oh, this is a handshake and all, and then presto, people are reading. And therefore, the reading part of it is actually very fast for those who know sign language. The reason that your students were saying they needed more time is mainly just to learn how to write it. Isn't that right? It's the writing of it that took the time, because you have to think. And you have to know sign language enough to be able to know what you want to write. That's the first thing. And you were mentioning how it's not mime, it's actually writing and structure. You're doing an amazing job. Now, I wanted to ask you about the materials before we run out of time, because I know that you did beautiful materials last year talking about the deaf students and the beautiful for children. And, you know, the project last year was different, of course. Now you're teaching adults. And, yes, go ahead. Tell me.
Yeah, it was different. Yeah, last year it was about a book. That we have a story, and then I write it with sign writing. So the book was not published yet with sign writing, but we are trying to do it because I think it's a good way to show sign writing, because this book will be sell all over the country. So probably many people that don't even know about sign writing will pick the book and read the sheet and look and see what's this, and maybe they will be curious and want to know more about the system. That's what I hope is going to happen. So
very good.
Probably this year or next year we can publish the book.
Oh, good. That's great. Now, is there anything we can do? Would you like us to do some translations of some of our books that we have into Portuguese? Of course, we don't know Portuguese Sign Language, but
sorry.
Tell me about other books. What is the book that you have right now that you're going to be published?
Well, the one that I presented last year was it's called Princess, the Princess of the Sea, the Earth and the Sky. And now we are probably having a new project. It's not very talked yet, but because this one we couldn't do it because we don't have the program to do sign writing, and then the deadlines were very close, and we don't have time to do sign writing. So, but this year, probably starting on September, we are trying to do a new book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I hope we can publish that with sign writing.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to get at. I'm sorry if I'm confusing you. What I'm asking is, first of all, are you using any kind of software?
No, I did the other one by hand. So I write it all.
You're amazing. So does that mean that all your students are writing everything by hand, which is fine, but I'm just curious.
Yes.
Well, Rafa, have you ever considered maybe suggesting to your students who have computers, like Steve Slavinsky's smiling right now because he obviously has developed software. There's Sign Puddle Online, but guess what? We also, if I get this even function here, just one moment. We also have something for the iPad, you know, for tablets, and I don't know whether you can see, but see, that's just a tablet, and it has the sign writing on it. And you can actually write signs right on your tablet. Now, I know that all of that is a computer program that you may not want to teach because maybe you're new to it yourself. But over time, you would be surprised if you say to some of your students, is there anybody here who knows computers well? Probably a few of them would raise their hands, because usually there are, out of a group of people. And let's imagine you just touch 2 people by saying, did you know you can go online, and this is for free, and you just go up to Sign Puddle for Portugal, and as you know, that's at signbank.org/signpuddle. you click on the flag for Portugal, and yes, it's brand new for you, but you just go in, you register, and hey, you can start writing some signs, and then you can put it on your tablet. Over time, those two people just might become so skilled that they would give you the diagrams really cool, probably in very good quality looking symbols that, of course, by hand is fine, but when you start publishing books, it's nice. Now, I've done my little...
Yeah, it's not. That's a good idea, yeah.
And please let us help you with that. I realize that you're probably feeling kind of all alone unless you've got some other people to work with. Do you have other people to help you? Okay.
Not really, no.
Okay, well, I'm offering our help. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Thank
yes.
you.
And you are welcome. For example, Adam created a nice book on American hand shapes, American Sign Language hand symbols. I know that may not be the way you're going to be teaching, but if you wanted to use any of our diagrams from our books, you're most welcome. We can collaborate. It's completely free and open. We believe in that. That's why we know each other. When you think about it, how did you learn about sign writing? How did you learn about sign writing, Afa?
When I was studying, I heard some, I don't know, in some classes, I think in linguistic classes, a teacher talked about sign language writing system, and I was curious, and I searched on the internet, and then I found.
You used a computer. There we go.
Yes. And then I really enjoy it, and I think it's really important. That's why I went to the master and decided to choose this scheme.
Yes, and by the way, I think you should do your own textbooks, but what I was really offering originally here is that we could take one of our books that is actually using American Sign Language as an example, and just simply translate it into Portuguese without changing any of the diagrams. If nothing more, if you had that much, from there you could change all the diagrams and be able to put in the real sign writing for the Portuguese Sign Language as examples.
That would be great, yeah.
That would be one way to go. It's not the only way to go, because you should do your own books
too. Yeah, but it's one way, yeah.
That's right, and it's something that we could probably do faster than usual. So I would be able to give you the original document, for example, for the Sign Writing Basics Instruction Manual, which is a little manual that's like 45 pages and has a bunch of diagrams. And we wouldn't even try to change the diagrams at first. We would just do the Portuguese part. And then you'd have everything I'll just give you everything, and then you just do that. And then from there, you just start changing it. So we'll work together if you want to. But I want you to know this is just phenomenal what you've done. And the fact that you've gotten students to respond is so fabulous. You know why you're hearing a lot of noises? It's because people are responding to your presentation on email. So I think what I should, I know, kind of amazing, huh? Let me see what I can do.
On the chat, on the left, right, or no?
You know, we used to have the questions and answers over there, or the questions. Yeah, right. And you know, I do regret that maybe this year we didn't do it, but we didn't, because we did it through email instead. Because last year, when we had it on the side, it became very frustrating. We couldn't see the answers and the questions, and it oftentimes
did. I was a little confused,
And I really don't mean to keep you from seeing these questions. That's unfair. So later on, when we're all done with the presentation, I will definitely share this with you. And you can even look up on the sign writing list to see some of the questions. But for right now, I just want you to know we have a really good comment by Adrian Clark and by Charles Butler. Yes, Adam, go ahead.
You had a comment from Stefan who is saying that you could also contact Fidelis team to do some work too.
Yes.
To get your book to come out, for getting words in there for your getting the sign writing in your book.
Okay.
It's also an excellent learning tool.
What did you say, Steve?
Delegs is also an excellent learning tool for in the classroom itself. I really enjoyed Stefan.
Yeah, I talked with Stefan this morning, and he told me about Delegs.
So you know all about it. Sometimes Delegs is expanding, but originally it was completely dependent upon SignPuddle Online. So you would first have to enter your signs in the SignPuddle Online Portuguese Sign Language dictionary that we have provided for people free online. And you click on a Portuguese flag, go in there and start adding. And then you would then go to Delegs and access the Portuguese Sign Language SignPuddle, and you would use those signs within sentences. In Delegs, they would give you the sentences from left to right, but that's why you could put spoken language underneath and teach deaf children a combination of signs and spoken language. That's what Stefan's doing with his classroom. So in deaf education, teaching deaf children language of both spoken and sign, the Delegs program is superb. Meanwhile, in SignPuddle by itself, you can do literature where you're going down the page in columns. And so there are different ways of working. No matter what, either way, you can get good quality signs that could be added in to your diagrams for your new textbooks. You know, you would write a sign, even on this beautiful iPad. I can actually, with SignMaker 2015, which is connected to SignPuddle Online, I can actually create SVG, beautiful graphics, in other words, where I take one sign and I can enlarge it, and it goes huge. And then you can get really good copies into your diagrams for your book. So, would you like to finish, Rafa, and tell us anything more that you have planned?
No, I think it's already. I have already told everything, so I'm very happy to be here again with you. Very, very good. So
we are also
continue the work.
Yeah, I'm really, really glad. Now, are you going to continue to teach sign writing at
next year?
Next year? Wow.
Yeah,
that's
February
good.
again.
So just
I'm very
simply,
happy.
Yes, so you keep us informed, please, of how the students do.
And I will use your materials to help me.
Also use your own materials, of course. I don't mean to stop you from developing your own, because obviously you have a different sign language than American Sign Language, but when it comes to teaching basics of sign writing symbols themselves, we have a few basic books that might be of use. So
that's right.
Yeah, and Stefan, I think, has even said something else about how fantastic the software can be as a support, both SignPuddle and Delegs. So you can see we have a lot of enthusiastic software users. There are some students who have only learned sign writing through software. And to finish, I wanted to tell you that Adam Frost actually went to Portugal once. It was in 2009. And you want to tell us a little bit about that? Yeah, Adam, did you meet Rafa at that time?
I don't think I did.
No. It was like a congress, and then you give some workshop, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I was at the conference, but not at the workshop at that time. I don't know. I don't remember why, but I couldn't tell. But I remember that you were here in Lisbon, right?
It was in Lisbon, and the reason that I bring this up is that when Adam was in Lisbon, he actually stayed, I believe, with a deaf family, and the deaf people who met Adam at the time started writing some signs in Portuguese Sign Language. From the,
yeah, I know him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And I realized that that's a totally different world and not necessarily connected to your teaching. But on the other hand, he does know sign writing and might be because he's already written some signs in the Portuguese SignPuddle. Yeah. So
and we have another. Sorry to interrupt you. We have another deaf teacher who is studying sign writing, and he will present his thesis, not the master, the other one, doctor. I don't know how
his doctorate is on sign writing?
PhD, yeah. His PhD thesis next week, next Thursday, about sign writing. He worked with Marianne,
Oh my goodness, I didn't know this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and his team is about how deaf children learn sign writing and how the learning of sign writing can improve their skills to the Portuguese Portuguese writing. Yeah. I will go to Porto next week to see his PhD thesis. Yeah.
Well, this is just amazing. I hope you'll tell him how glad we are to hear of this, and that we're here also to support him as well. And as you know, Mariana Stumpf and I have an old, wonderful history back. She was the first person to learn sign writing in Brazil.
Yeah, she is amazing. Yeah, she was here in Coimbra last year, and she made a presentation about sign writing, about her experience in teaching sign writing, and it was great. It was amazing.
We are so blessed that Portugal and Brazil work together. I mean, when you think about it, that you do work together in the sign language world. I've noticed that, and I think that's very impressive. I'm glad to see it. Listen, please tell everybody next week how glad we are to hear about it. We'd like to learn more about the new dissertation on sign writing, because I did not know about it. No, thanks for telling me. But meanwhile, your work is progressing sign writing forward in the education system, and this is extremely important. Papa, you are a pioneer. You really are. So your students are welcome to join SignPuddle and to join our sign writing list.
Yeah, I've shown the site, but, you know.
Of course, it takes time, doesn't it? It's all going to work out. Okay, well, I want to thank you very much for coming, and I treasure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I love talking to you. It's just a pleasure. It really is.
Thank you.
And I hope that everybody will view this presentation. I am planning definitely to have this interpreted in other languages and transcribed into both Portuguese and English, because we need it so badly. So thank you, and I want you to know that in a half hour we are having a presentation from Brazil, which is interesting. It seems that Brazil and Portugal, you have a lot of presentations, which is really good. And presentation 48 will be from Rony Fagundes de Brito, who is a software developer talking about software for sign writing. It seems to be just blossoming, taking off. And Rony and his team of 3 other people from Brazil are working on a way to actually translate for people, like a program that would help them translate their dissertations, I believe, into written sign language. So, well, we'll hear more about it when he tells us about it. So, okay, well, thank you very much, and we're going to take a half-hour break, of course.
Nice to see you.
Yes.
So bye-bye.
Bye-bye, darling. And we'll see everybody in a half hour. Come back, everybody, and we'll see you at the half hour. And thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay.
hello, Valerie. I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you too. Can you hear me?
Ah, yes, I can.
Okay, I just, I thought I turned off my camera. I got to turn it back on again, I guess. There we go.
My camera is not working, I suppose, once again. Oh, do I need to press anything here to start streaming?
Well, we're not, I don't know where Adam is. We need Adam. And
Okay.
I think we're live, and I think people are hearing us. I'm a little bit, if everybody's hearing us, please forgive. We just are trying to test. We're 4 minutes before the presentation, Ronnie, and so this is a part of live work.
Okay.
The reason that I'm surprised is I tried to put my own video on, and it doesn't seem to be showing up. Maybe it will. Let me see here. Huh. Oh, wow. So, Steve, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Val.
So can I turn on my camera? Am I able to do that?
You should be able to.
Turn camera off. I can't seem to get it on.
No, I don't see it somewhere either.
Okay, the SignWriting for Sign Language is turned on your camera, it says. So that's good. I'm glad to hear that, but I can't see myself. I am, is Adam there? Adam, I don't think it would matter if you got the countdown off of your screen and let us see you. We might as well get this worked out.
Yeah, I'm here.
People will forgive us if we are. Can you see me at all, everybody? Because I only see my picture with kind of an audio.
Yeah.
And if I go up here and I say, I can't seem to turn the camera on. So this is new. This has never happened before.
Valerie, why don't you try and get out of the broadcast and come back in?
And come back in. Okay. Meanwhile, can you test? Okay, I'll do that and I'll come back in.
Okay, I will do the same.
That's wonderful. Stefan, I think there's an echo coming from your computer.
Okay.
I don't know if it's still there. Oh, it's no longer there. That's good. Jose, are you able to get your camera working?
I don't know, it's not working yet.
Yeah.
Well, it works on other software, but not here on Hangouts.
Is it being used by any other software?
Not now. Well.
Okay, I'm here. It says Hangouts doesn't detect a camera, and I was just online all this time. Without a camera, other participants won't be able to see you. Well, that makes sense. So let me go to settings. It says I have a camera problem. Wow. Wow. Okay. No camera found. Well, this doesn't make sense, everybody. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Valerie, is it possible that you have another program using your camera at the moment? Do you have a green light showing up for your camera?
No.
Right by at the very, very top of your computer.
No, I do not. I do not have a green light up at the top of the computer. I used to. You are right about that.
Okay.
And when I went in here the second time, it said that I had to install a Google plugin because I had never used Google Hangouts before. And here we've been doing all this broadcasting. So now let's go to Rony. You can't see me for the moment, and we can take care of that later. But can we see Rony? Can we see Ronnie from Brazil?
Yes, now it's working. My camera started.
Oh, you're there. I'm so glad to see you,
Hello.
Rony. And I think what could happen here is I could introduce you, and I'm going to introduce you right now because you can hear me, can't you? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
That's all that really matters right now, I hope. I was just writing to our SignWriting list to tell everybody that we're planning to get this entirely interpreted and captioned because it's so unfair to all the deaf people who want to participate. But right now, this is a hearing presentation. And we are glad to see you, Rony. You are from Brazil. And Rony's presentation is about software development. In fact, I first met Rony's work years and years ago when he developed you developed a very exciting project for captioning SignWriting on videos. I believe that's true. Isn't that right, Rony?
Yes, it is. It was object of my doctorate thesis. And,
very exciting. It worked. And so what I'd like you to do is start working, telling everybody about it. It's presentation 48 is what we are presenting today with Rony. The name of this presentation is SignWriting Interface for a Journal System. And so first, if you could tell us a little bit about your captioning of video from the past, and then move on to your new project. I'm very excited to hear about it. I do apologize about my picture, but I'm going to try to figure this out while you're presenting, okay? So go right ahead and start.
Thank you, Valerie, for introducing me. And I'm very pleased to be here presenting you this new idea. And as I said, as you told us, this is a continuation from another older project using SignWriting. So could you please start the presentation on the screen? It is here? Okay. So this work was developed together with my colleague Milton Shintaku and also Sandra Patrícia and Messias Ramos from the University of Brasilia. They work with sign language, and Milton works with me on software. So next slide, please. As a background work, as mentioned before, we developed a model that was aimed to support the development of artifacts for accessibility of deaf people to audiovisual content. And in this model, we mapped many processes and artifacts that could enable accessibility of people to audiovisual contents. In the next slide, we can see a brief a sort of diagram that describes the different processes and artifacts that can allow accessibility of audiovisual content in sign language for the deaf people. So in this model, when researching the literature, we found SignWriting. It was my first contact with this kind of this this way to write down signs, and it was sounded very interesting and very useful in the case of subtitling audiovisual content. So next slide, please. This model gave origin to this software, and this software allowed subtitling using SignWriting. So we can see in this slide, this is the software interface, where we do have many timelines, and in each timeline we can insert SignWriting, other images, or written language, oral language subtitles, and so on. As a result, we have developed the model where we can see in the next slide a, a, a TV program where we can see on the right side there are the SignWriting subtitles. If you click on the link under the image, we will be led to the video showing the signs being streamed online. So, but it's not necessary now to see. Just for later, if you are curious about this work, you can visit the link and see it on action. So this was the work, the background work that allowed, that guided me to use SignWriting. It seemed to me very interesting because we have many advantages over traditional video. So among other appliances of SignWriting, we found Adam Frost's blog. On the next slide, it is presented there. So could you please, next slide? Here it is. So we can see SignWriting being applied online. So we can use this as a big example of applying SignWriting. So it's feasible to write signs online instead of using video. So this is of great importance, I believe, for deaf culture to be expressed. We can register deaf language, sign language on an online environment. So also next slide, please. We also have another initiative that is Wikimedia, applying sign language. So this is America's Sign Language Wikipedia, and all this software and all these cases inspired us in applying SignWriting in order to provide deaf accessibility on a journal system. So next slide, please. And so then after having finished my PhD, I started working here in Brasília at the Instituto Brasileiro de Informação em Ciência e Tecnologia. It is like the Brazilian Institute for Information on Science and Technology. And here at the BICT, specifically, we work at the Coordenação de Articulação, Geração e Aplicação de Tecnologia. Our mission is to research, look for systems that support scientific communication. These systems include institutional repositories, library and monograph systems, also systems that allow management of terminologies, identifiers like DOI or KID, that are prominent technologies used in the scientific communication. Also, specifically, we deal with journal and conference systems. These journal and conference systems are part of PKP, Public Knowledge Project. It is a project developed at University of Vancouver in Canada, and they developed this system, the open journal systems, That is a system that allows the publication of online journals, online scientific journals, and not just the publication. Also, it allows author submissions and peer reviewing and all this process that supports that are related to scientific communication. Next slide, please. So this is the traditional interface of open journal systems. It is written in English now in this case. So this software has internationalization resources. And this resources to provide internationalization are being applied on SignWriting translation. Next slide, please. Open journal systems is widely used. Worldwide, we do have 7,000 journals using this system. Just in Brazil, we have more than 1,000 journals, and it has a great potential, and it has a great audience, and we think that applying SignWriting on this software is a great showcase that can, how I will say, can show the potential of SignWriting. So next slide. So the idea is to apply SignWriting on the interface of Open Journal system. This is an example, a proof of concept that these signs are not real signs. I just searched them on SignPuddle and inserted the codes here on the interface in order to test if it's feasible. So we discovered it's feasible, and we need to started working on how to translate. How could we manage to translate from Portuguese or from English into Libras? And in this process, we intend to register the signs in SignWriting and apply them on the interface. We could be using kinds of videolets, but they are not very easy to produce. I think if we do apply SignWriting, it's more how could I say? It's more easy to write down the signs instead of recording them in video and introducing Flash or online video streaming or GIFs or so on. There are many sites that do these things. It can be more accessible because not everybody knows SignWriting, but the idea is to apply SignWriting just to give the opportunity to people to know it. So it exists and they will look forward to learn it. So next slide, please. So we see as advantages of SignWriting in this scenario. It's easy of edition. We can easily change the translated strings. We do have maybe the ability to online edit the contents of the translated strings. SignWriting is also scalable. We can have many strings translated. If in the case we would be using video, we would need to have many gigabytes of space or hard drives and many internet resources to transfer the video from the server to the clients. So here we're using SignWriting. We just have characters, strings that are very much more small than the video streaming. And also SignWriting has many emerging technologies. As I can see, it's being incorporated into UTF And this is a great step in order to standardize it, and it can be widely applied on the internet, on the web environment. But as drawbacks, we can notice that SignWriting is not still not widely adopted. We have a lack of fluent writers and readers. So here in Brazil, we are proposing, this is a proposal to translate the software. It's not done yet. So we will have to look forward for people who are fluent writers and also fluent readers of SignWriting in order to translate the interface. Also another problem, not really a drawback, but it's a problem to be faced and overcome, is the terminology related to scientific literature or scientific communication. So we do have to work with Libras specialists who will define or build this terminology, and also not define the terminology itself, the signs, but a way to write down the signs. And this is the main challenge in this project, I believe. So next slide. As methods for the project, we will use the internationalization resources from OJS, from the Open Journal Systems. So as we translate from English to Portuguese, we will use the same resources to translate from Portuguese to Libras. And these translations to Libras will be done by Libras specialists. They will define a lexus or a corpus related to scientific communication. This corpus will be signed and transcribed to SignWriting. This transcription will be registered in SignPuddle or SignBank. So each term translated from the interface will be registered in SignPuddle, and next it will be retrieved from SignPuddle in order to be incorporated in the translated strings from the software. The codification we are using in this proof of concept installation is the FSW formal SignWriting codification. It works the same way as Wikimedia works. So we do use the JavaScript plugin that transforms the SignWriting codes into images. These strings will be incorporated into, will be registered in XML files. So the ISO code from the XML files in the case of Libras will be as SGN-BR files. So they will be stored into these XML files, and a JavaScript plugin will transform the codes into images. I believe that as we migrate from this approach to UTF, it will be more convenient. We won't need the JavaScript code anymore. Is it right? I suppose so. Yes. After all, despite the technical challenges, we also have to deal with SignWriting layout, how we will dispose, how will be the signs shown in the interface. As we can see, SignWriting uses more space than written oral language, so we have to deal with these issues on the interface of the software. And after being translated, it will be need to test the translation with deaf users who know SignWriting, for example. And so these are the methods that are planned to be used on the translation of the software. So next slide, please. Has our perspectives is to find to search for funding to allow us to develop this project. So we need to pay the translators and the people who are going to transcribe the signs into SignWriting. But it is an applied study on SignWriting. We can have, after it's done, we probably will have some reports that will show the problems we faced and how we overcome these problems, how we solved them, and we think this this approach can be applied in other systems. So any other system you can have this methodology applied. So if you want to translate another software, you can use the same approach on the translation process. And this approach is specifically related to support scientific publications in sign languages. We do have a Brazilian journal specialized in sign language that is hosted at the link presented in this slide. It is the Revista Brasileira de Vídeo Registro em Libras. This journal presents scientific articles presented in sign language, and our idea is to apply to complement the presented papers in video and also present them in sign language, if it's possible. I've been talking with Rodrigo Rosso, who is the editor of this journal, and we are thinking about doing this with this magazine, with this journal. So next slide, please. We are open for collaboration, so I believe I presented this is a proposal. The main idea is presented, but we still don't know if it is going to work and if it's really feasible. We hope it is. The main idea, so it's to register signs in the sign puddle and retrieve the codes and insert them on the internationalization resources offered by Open Journal Systems.
Excellent.
And I think this is the idea. Valerie and Adam, Steve, everybody, thank you for your attention.
Of course.
And I'm open for suggestions and comments. Any questions?
Yes, is this the last slide before we go on and talk about it, Juani? Are there anything more you want to share? Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, everybody, I want to apologize that my picture is not here. And now I'm getting a feedback on my sound. I think I need to restart my computer, but it's kind of strange. I don't understand completely what happened because we were doing so well broadcasting earlier. But you can hear me, can you, honey?
Yes, I can.
Okay, excellent. So we can still have a conversation. Well, first of all, when it comes to SignPuddle, it's excellent that you're using SignPuddle. And it sounds like you need to enter the signs in SignPuddle to then use for your project. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is. This is the approach.
All right. And so there are already a lot of signs in the current Brazilian Sign Language SignPuddle. However, there may be different groups of people, different projects that have needs. And if you need to have a private SignPuddle that would be just for the signs that you need for your project, just tell us. And we can create a file that is separate, although it's nice to be with the general public too, so we could... Go ahead.
I believe that being on the general public is better than a particular one.
Okay, very good. And the only reason I mention this is that in every language, all the sign languages of the world, there are different ways to write signs. In other words, you use our system, but even so, if you go into the other sign puddles, you'll see that they might have a different way to spell a sign.
Yes.
And so you may find a double spelling, for example, like one sign for, let's say we'll take the sign for Brazil. Now, I may have written it one way, and maybe two other people wrote it slightly differently, with a slightly different arrow strength or whatever. Would that be a problem for your project?
I don't know. I think not. If there is already a sign defined for example, for peer reviewing, we can reuse this sign, and I suppose it's better to keep open for discussion than hiding the sign and keep it isolated from the other world.
I agree with that. And then you could actually maybe label each one of the signs you're entering for your particular work that it's your project. So then if people wanted to search within the public sign puddle just for the signs that were entered specifically for a particular document that you're doing, you could always find it that way through labeling, you know, that will work, I think.
Yes. As we get funding and we can hire, get people to work, and we can set up this how we can work with sign puddle, and we arrange this more specifically, more refined setup. And
yeah. And you have several co-workers. There's I may not pronounce the names properly. There's Macias Ramos Costa. Is that right?
Yes.
And
is that, and the presentation page is the guy who does the signs. Is the signer who is presenting the sign language version of the paper.
Yes. Now, is it possible, Steve, for you to show that video? It's on Juane's presentation 48 page, and there's a video there. I guess Steve is showing his screen, so that's good. So he's going to this SignWriting Symposium. And you go to the next one, right? And you scroll down to the video. There. If you click on that, it goes to YouTube, I believe. Can you make it full screen? There we go. We're going to watch it now.
So this is just a sketch of the final results, no? We
Oh,
still
I'd love
have
to
many
see
more
that
to go.
more. Yeah, I like the sketch of the final results. I wish I could see that. So, yeah, I like that screen. Is that the way it's going to look when the actual product is ready to go?
Yeah, well, I hope it will be some sort of this thing. There are still untranslated strings, and we have to deal with the size of the signs and how will be they will be lined up in the screens. The traditional approach is the vertical columns, no, and I don't know how this will affect the software. Adam's blog uses an horizontal lining of the signs, no, Adam?
I used a little bit of both, some horizontal and some vertical, but that page that you showed was because it automatically translated English text into English spelling, and that's why it was horizontal.
Yes, yes. But on the menus and the blue images, I can see some signs, and they are streamed horizontally. No, in this approach, I think it will be necessary to be applied on the translation of the software due to the space on the interface. I don't know. I still don't know what's the better approach to be applied. So I believe both can be used. No.
Yes. May I say something here? Years ago, when I first began sign writing with our first team of deaf people called the Deaf Action Committee, I worked with deaf people starting in 1981. And at first we were writing from left to right only. And I had some wonderful native signing deaf ASL, and also, by the way, some from Denmark as well who were native to Danish Sign Language. And they started giving us feedback. And the feedback was that they didn't want to just write from left to right. They also wanted to write down in vertical columns. The reason that request came is that, as it turns out, when people are expressing themselves in sign language, you sort of feel like the body is vertical, right? We're touching our, I'm so sorry you can't see me because I would love to show you some signs and things, but nonetheless, the signs are vertical as well. When we're writing just from left to right, we're still writing them in stacks, aren't we? We have some signs above the head, some symbols, I mean, and some symbols go below the head. And so it felt natural to write down in vertical columns. However, that does not mean that everybody does that. And even though the real kind of deaf-focused, culturally deaf documents feel better written down in vertical columns, there are also practical sides to life, because the spoken language world, most of our spoken languages in the Western world at least, are going from left to right horizontally. Also, obviously, Arabic goes from right to left, but it's also horizontal, notice. So there are very few other writing systems in the world that are going down. Of course, Chinese goes down, we all know that, and perhaps even some Korean, but we have found out that through computers and the Unicode, even people using Chinese and Korean and other spoken languages that normally go down actually had to adjust to some writing from left to right or right to left, because of the nature of computers. We're kind of forcing them into that kind of publication. Another reason to want to go from left to right or right to left is because teachers like Stefan Borman, whom I believe just gave us another message, which is no surprise, he's very much in support of writing signs from left to right, because in his case he's teaching deaf children to speak or to read and write or to pronounce spoken languages, and he therefore wants to support those learning experiences with written signs, but he needs to put the signs near the words going from left to right. Otherwise, he can't show students the correlation between the signs and the words. So in translation systems, going from left to right with sign writing at times is valuable, just as long as you also know that there is something inside the culture of sign languages that needs the vertical writing for true written sign languages of the deaf, or anybody who's native to sign language. Writing vertically feels best, but that is not necessarily the same as teaching a deaf child how to speak or to read and write a spoken language. So there are two different worlds, plus the problems of computers not being able to adjust to the vertical columns as much as going from left to right. So to answer, I hope I've helped. What I'm trying to tell you is something, that there's a program you've already heard about many times in this presentation about DELEG software from Germany, and they're taking the sign pedal signs and putting them from left to right. So you could take a look at what they've done and somehow apply that concept. If you could also provide a vertical column choice, that would be the best, to be able to go between the two, I think.
I understand it's a cultural issue, but the computational environment, we do have the software that is project designed to support horizontal menus, don't vertical menus. So in order to apply the vertical writing, we would need to change the software in a way that's more than just translating it. We would need to reorganize the interface.
Yeah. Well, no, honey, I think really to be truly beneficial to the world, it would be someday in the idealistic world, we would have both choices. I really do think that being able to place the signs from left to right, or possibly even from right to left when we're dealing with the Arabic spoken language, and also being able to place the signs down in vertical columns as we do for deaf culture. I think that all of those worlds need to be supported in general by the software community. I know that it's a terrible job for you, and you can only do so much. And we don't expect you to be creating miracles in 2 minutes. We know that it's going to take time. So you could take one step at a time and do whatever you feel you can do first and best, and get something started. Even if it's from left to right, like DELEGS, you could take a look at the software, because in the DELEGS team, they're a developer team in Hamburg, Germany. It's a wonderful group of people. It wasn't just one person, it was many people working on the project. I believe they had funding from the European community at one point. You know, it's very impressive what they've done. And they have actually created an interface where somebody who knows Libras, Brazilian Sign Language, could click on that entry system, come into the Libras dictionary, and what are they doing? They're actually taking the signs already written in SignPedal and simply placing them from left to right as you type in Portuguese. And if you have that entry in the dictionary already in SignPedal, then it comes up. And if for some reason the entry isn't there, then you have an ability within that software to be able to change what you have to change to make it work. Now, your system is different and has a different purpose in a way, and so you just need to apply what they've done plus what Steve's done. Plus, as you know, right after this presentation, Steve is going to be presenting actually 2 new things that he wants to tell us about. And so those might be of use to you as well. I don't know. Because what you're doing is you're essentially taking all of the software that's already been done and sort of taking it from there and expanding it further. Isn't that right? Honey, can you hear me? I hope. Oh no. You can't hear me, everybody?
It's better now.
Oh, good. Boy, I am having trouble. I'm going to tell you right. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, did you? Yeah.
There is some noise, but it's okay, I know.
Oh my, I know that I need to restart my computer. I believe that's what happened in my case. Unfortunately, I didn't want to lose your presentation. I wanted to view it and talk with you. So I chose not to restart my computer while you were talking and really stay. I hope you can hear me. I'm so sorry about the video. That's a complete surprise.
No problem.
Okay.
It is great to meet you online, and
yeah.
great pleasure. As I told you, you are my idols. I've always cited your publications on my works, and uh, I just like to thank you for the opportunity to show this our proposal here on SignWriting Symposium.
Yes.
And thank you for the initiative. And it's very good to see that many people are working with SignWriting and applying it on different places in different situations. It's very, very good.
Oh, I'm so glad well, thank you, by the way. I want you to know that I was so amazed at your work years ago with the captioning of video. And for some reason, I never quite got it to work on my video. And I want so much to work with you on that, too. Your work, actually, honey, is very important. You have certainly opened my horizon to what could happen with sign writing. And so I hope you will continue to do this work, because although it is true that SignPuddle and SignMaker and all of the work that Steve has done has created a foundation, and then Delegs and other software has taken it further, like even, I don't know whether you've seen Jonathan Duncan's software called SignWriter Studio. It is also very excellent. But I have a feeling, I just feel this way, that you will probably take all of these developments and develop them further. I just have that suspicion, because you are very talented and we need your help. I was wondering, would you be willing to help me privately to learn how to put captions on my video? And maybe, do you think we could do it? Because did you get it to really work, or was it just in a development stage?
Yes, unfortunately, I could not give the project onwards. It stopped as I finished my PhD, and I could not implement it in a way that was public for other people.
Oh.
But the software is still there. I need to recover it and put it online. But
Okay.
I don't know, it's from 2012, and 3 years, technology changed a lot, and maybe it won't be an easy job to be done.
No, I understand. In the software world, 3 years is like 3 decades, isn't it, for other work? And Steve has been working like a house of fire, as we say in English. He's certainly been working fast, and also the Deleg software has come since, and so has SignWriter Studio. So all of these software programs we could review together in private, maybe on a Skype project together. I'd love to talk with you without any camera problems, darn it, and be able to talk about what we could do for the future with the concept not only of your new project, but also the placing captions on video in sign writing. I mean, that idea is really important, I think. I don't think anybody else has tried that before.
Yeah, I think SignWriting has an artifact that enables deaf accessibility to audiovisual content, has the advantage that it's very easy to be produced in front of, if you compare it to a sign language interpret recorded on video. But we have also have a drawback, because sign writing reading is not very common for the people, no, for the deaf.
Well, I think that's changing, actually. That's changing, and Brazil is actually kind of amazing. As you know, it's required, sign writing is, for, I believe, teachers who are learning to teach Brazilian Sign Language. I believe that's the case. And when that has happened, all of a sudden we've noticed a big change in the amount of Brazilian people who know sign writing, who are interested. On Facebook, I've been astonished at the literally thousands of people who have contacted me.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, if it's a matter that what starts first. So you have readers as if you have text. People need to get in touch with sign writing in order to be curious or to go after some way to learn it. So
Yes, and if you think about it from an historic point of view for 1 minute, we have the internet and we're used to things going quickly. But in previous generations, any other writing systems that are big time, like the Roman alphabet, the Latin alphabet, or the Arabic alphabet, those took centuries to develop and to be used. And the average everyday person who was just trying to live and survive in previous generations didn't have the time to learn to read and write. It was only a small percentage of people who were lucky enough to be able to do that. And then over time, schools spread the reading and writing of languages, and so everybody got an education. That's a new idea just in the past couple hundred years. And the fact that we're then expecting Libras, which is Brazilian Sign Language, or any sign language to just be a known written form in a matter of seconds, that's just not going to happen. We know it's going to take generations. But with the internet and with the software that you and Steve and others are developing, there's a chance that it will spread faster. So let me ask, we have 15 more minutes, and I would like to ask, because I think it would help me to have you repeat, just in your own words, what are you expecting in this new project called the SignWriting Interface for a Journal System? You're looking for funding, if I understood it correctly, and you are at the Instituto Brasileiro de Inform. Oh dear, I'm going to not pronounce it properly. What is the name of what is the name of your university? Tell me.
It's not a university, in fact. It's an institute. It's part of the Ministry of Science and Technology, and our institute is responsible. Its mission is to provide ways to access information on science and technology, and also on innovation. And here at Actibict, we are setting this project. We already asked for some funding from the Fundação de Amparo à Pesquisa do Distrito Federal. That is a source of funding. We are still waiting for the results. And as a result from the project, we hope to have OJS interface translated in Brazilian Sign Language using SignWriting. Not all the software maybe, but great part of it. I think that parts of the software, like the help files and longer strings, longer texts, won't be able to be translated. They will still be presented in Portuguese. But interface elements and other parts of the software, we hope they will be translated and presented in sign language.
Yes, of course, this reminds me of the menus. Are you talking about how all the interface where people are using it, where they need to be able to click on this, and it says it to them in Brazilian Sign Language as well as in Brazilian spoken language, right? Isn't that what you're saying? That the interface itself would be written in several languages? Is that what you mean?
Yes, mainly in Brazilian Sign Language. But I think that the help files, every system has a help system, so that part won't be contemplated in this first stage of the project, because it's much more hard. It has much more work to be done. They are longer text, so to translate this longer text, we will need much more time.
Of course.
Initially translated the menus and
we're having trouble getting funny now.
Labels would be easier.
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
We had a little sound problem. I'm sorry, Pony. Okay, go ahead and say that again. So you're doing the user. You were talking about the user label. Is that what you said?
No, the fields labels from forms of the system. We can translate the fields and field labels, menus, and short strings.
Wow. Did you see the first presentation of this symposium by Yair Rand? It was a keyboard. It's called the SignWriting Keyboard in JavaScript. Did you see that?
Yes, I saw.
What did you think of that idea of typing?
Yes. The first part would be translate this system, and after we could turn the system compatible with SignWriting. That means that user would be allowed to input signed text, sign language text instead of oral language, so the whole system could run with sign language, not just the interface but also contents.
Yes,
And,
you know, I didn't mean to bring up something new. You could actually, you're just going to be translating what's already needed, and that makes perfect sense. And you can't do everything. It's impossible. But this reminds me of the Wikipedia just a little bit. Have you seen the ASL Wikipedia? I think Steve is showing something right now. Isn't that right? I don't know whether you can see it or not. But there's a screen on right now, for me at least, that says the wikimedia.org. Do you see that? If you click
Mr. Rand's keyboard is online available to testing?
Yeah.
I think it's not. It is online or just for the desktop computer?
No, it's on the web. It's actually designed in JavaScript for the web input. You can actually, technically, put a cursor in a text field even on Google, although it'd be rare that you do that, but nonetheless, you could actually search in Google using his keyboard on the web. Yes, it's a web thing. And the only reason I brought that up is that right now we're looking at Wikipedia for one moment. Can you see the screen that Steve has on the screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see how there are some menus up at the top? In other words, there are signs that are going down. There's some words are sort of on the side. And the only reason those words are there right now is Adam is still doing the translation into ASL for all of the menus. And when that is done, it will give us all of those menus. The whole interface for the Wikipedia will be in American Sign Language. So
I think the same approach can be used on OJS.
Exactly. Right? That's what I was thinking. I also I want to put you in touch also with some programmers from Italy. Perhaps we haven't been talking about them in this symposium. We really should. They presented last year. There was a trio. There were two programmers. One is named Fabrizio Borgia from Italy, and he developed and has still developing a software program called Swift. It's SW and then IFT, and it stands for Sign Writing, and then the IFT stands for something like an interface that's easy. It's a really nice name. I'm so sorry, everybody. I can't remember the exact name, but it's Presentation 1 and Presentation, I believe, 4, and Presentation maybe 33. And so we have like different presentations from them. They were all, there's one of them. If you see Steve's screen, there's Presentation 1. Can you see the word Swift? And that is a part of a program called SWORD, S-W-O-R-D. If you go to Presentation 4, Steve, and there's Stefan, there's Adam, and then we go to this next one. I believe this is it. Yes. Now go down. That's the Swift project by Fabrizio Borgia, Claudia Bianchini, and Maria de Marsico, and they are from Italy and France. And I mentioned this because guess what? In I think Presentation 33, they are doing some amazing work trying to do character recognition. Can you imagine? They're actually scanning sign writing documents written by hand in Italy and bringing this recognition into a piece of software that would do character recognition for sign writing documents and give them printed sign writing from it. And
Yeah.
I think that kind of work might be useful for you as well if you're doing translations. So I'll try to put you in touch with them as well, okay?
So the Swift software.
Yes, and there's also something else that they're calling, I don't know, we'll have to look it up. It's presentation. Oh, there's is that 33? Oh, proposal for handwritten sign writing for the SOAR project. Can you scroll down, Steve, for 1 minute? Please, quickly. Yeah, there we go. What does he call this? Well, anyway, there it is, SW-OGR for character recognition. Okay, well...
A kind of OCR, OGR.
Yeah, exactly, and the G is for graphics. Yeah,
yes.
It's like optical graphic recognition. Now, yeah, none of these really are related to your project. I realize that. But I think what you're doing is equally as important, and we want to follow your work. So I hope you'll keep in touch with us and tell us anything that you need. We'll do any kind of support we can to help.
Thank you, Valerie. I hope this project goes on and we can have the interface translated into sign language, and also propose a way for this to be done in other systems. And,
yes, yes, I love that.
I want to get in contact with Adam to see how he is working in order to translate Wikimedia, and probably we use the same approach for translating OJS.
Very good. I think this is wonderful to work together with such an amazing team of people all over the world. Isn't it remarkable? Italy, Canada, Honduras, believe it or not, the SignWriter Studio originated in Honduras, and also Canada, and Brazil, of course, and here in the USA. We're very lucky. Listen, I thank you so much for this presentation. My heart is breaking that I can't show up in this picture, but there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm going to introduce the next presentation, and I want to thank you so, so much for coming. And I'm glad to see your slides. I'm looking forward to reading them more. And we will definitely get your presentation documented with a transcript so that others can read it. Okay? And keep in touch now, okay? Thank you so much for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. And Steve, you stay on now. And I want to tell everybody some news. I'm so grateful for Honey's presentation. It's really terrific. I, of course, have to restart my computer, apparently. But before I do that, I want to tell you that we had planned, of course, to have a break now. But we're not going to have a break. No, no. Today we've got something very special. Because Steve Slavinsky has not only a presentation scheduled in the next half hour at the top of the hour, and that presentation is about the SignMaker program. It's called The Use and Structure of SignMaker 2015. But that's not happening for a half hour. And Steve asked this morning if he could present during the intermission here another presentation about work that he has done in ASCII. I know that most of you probably don't know what ASCII is. I'm not sure myself, so Steve is going to tell you. But I can see that it looks pretty cool. And his presentation is called SignWriting in an ASCII World. And it will last for a half hour during this break time, and we'll continue broadcasting. And then exactly at the hour, Steve will start the next presentation called SignMaker 2015. And all I'm going to do is close down myself, close my computer down, start up again, and see if I can get my camera working. My camera is truly missing, the first time in my life. So I'll see you later, and if I come in with a camera, we'll go, yay! No matter what, Steve, enjoy the presentation, and thank you for presenting twice today. Okay, see you later, guys. Go right ahead.
All right, the more visual presentation is going to be in that half an hour about SignMaker. I was throwing this together with the other presentations, and it's a lot more technical and a lot more esoteric. So if you want to see something more visual, come back later. If you really want to dig down and see what is happening on the inside. This is really about that top of the SignWriting stack. We'll be talking about formal SignWriting. It's all related to the International SignWriting Alphabet 2010 and regular expressions as well. You just go to the presentation screen. This second presentation is on both of my presentation pages, either 43 or 49. You can find it on there. So it's an ASCII world. We're going to have a starting point where we just talk about 4 basic things you should really understand, like what's ASCII, what's a regular expression. I'm going to talk about token patterns, which can help you understand and visualize what's going on, and then just talk about hexadecimal really quickly. And then we'll get into the meat of it. We'll get into the definitions, where we'll talk about what exactly is a symbol key. We'll talk about number, as in number characters that we use in formal SignWriting. Formal SignWriting is next because that's built up with those blocks, and then at the end we'll get to the query strings. Query strings are really powerful for searching, and you can actually use those right in the new SignMaker, which we'll talk about later today. ASCII. It stands for American Standard Code for Information Interchange. Long time ago, beginning of computers, you wanted to be able to put characters on the screen, so people came up with different numbers for different letters and had different standards. But this one really came out on top, the American Standard Code for Information Interchange, so that people in different parts of the country could write data with their ones and their zeros stored on a computer, and they could send it to somebody else, and that other person would understand what those ones and zeros actually turned into numbers, which turns into letters. ASCII is the basis for text processing and standard definition. If you actually go look at the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, that is a group of people that define standards for the Internet. We're talking about the RFCs that talk about the email and how the email messages are supposed to be formatted in the underlying technologies. All of those have to be released in an ASCII format. Regular expressions are defined with ASCII as well, and those processes are really built for the ASCII, and they're really fast, and they're very narrow and understandable, and they parse really well. Unicode, you can think of Unicode as ASCII plus a lot of additional characters. It's a lot more complicated than that for Unicode, but the basic idea is that ASCII didn't have all the characters that we needed, so we needed to add more, which caused troubles in the previous generations before Unicode, where people would extend it different ways. So one group would say, we have ASCII plus, another says, we have ASCII plus. Unicode came along in and said, we have ASCII plus, let's everybody join together so we all have the same codes so that we can share information. ASCII is actually UTF-8, character for character by definition. So if you have an ASCII string, that is a valid UTF-8 string. For Unicode, there's also UTF-16, which is a horrible invention. I hope it dies. There's a great web page called Unicode Has a JavaScript Problem. Or is it the other way? JavaScript has a Unicode problem. That's because if you're searching for Unicode characters, you have to do it in UTF-16. And if you know what that means, it's horrible. UTF-8, a lot easier to use. And ASCII is UTF-8. You don't get any complications or any problems with regular expressions when you use ASCII. Fast, simple, very nice. Also, ASCII will outlive Unicode. Unicode is getting very complicated. A lot of technologies are working on top of each other. Definitely use Unicode. That's the thing to use for most of the world's scripts. Someday it might be replaced, or they might try to streamline it and fix it. I don't see that happening anytime soon, but as long as Unicode is around, ASCII will be used. And ASCII will be used long after Unicode. All right, regular expressions. You have to understand regular expressions. This is a great cartoon from xkcd.com. Let me just read it. Whenever I learn a new skill, I try to conduct an elaborate fantasy scenario where it lets me save the day. oh no, the killer must have followed her on vacation. Let me read it on this one, I'm sorry. But to find them, we have to search through 200 megabytes of email looking for something that looks like an address. It's hopeless. Everybody stand back. I know regular expressions. Tap, tap, tap. The day is saved. Regular expressions are very powerful, very amazing stuff. You can identify text with a matching pattern. And it's faster to recognize a string with regular expressions than it is to analyze that same routine or that same string with routine. All right, here's some actual regular expressions. And if you want to follow along, you can actually go to regex101.com. It's a really neat website, which I'll bring up here in a second. So we have the star character. The star character matches a character 0 or more times. So if you give it the pattern A, B, C star, that's going to match A, B. It's going to match A, B, C, or it's going to match A, B, C, C, or however many C's you put on there, because it matches 0 to more C's. The plus sign, that matches the character 1 or more times. The question mark will match that character 0 or 1 time. And the pound inside the curly brackets, you can give it an explicit number. Let's give that a test on regex101.com. Okay, I'm going to zoom in. Okay, let's try that ABC star. And we're going to do a G for the global flag. And that G says match it however many times you can. So I start typing. This is the string ABC. Didn't match it. It's capital AB. There we go. It matched that string because we're looking for 1A, 1B, and 0 or more C's. If I keep typing in C's, it matches those C's as well. As soon as I push a space bar, I broke the matching pattern. Now whatever I write down will not be matched. But again, if I later go AB, it's going to catch it. Let's see, that's the star. You can also use the plus sign. Plus sign means 1 or more. So down here, if I go AB, no, it won't match it. C, now it's matching it. And however many C's I put on there. Let's see, there was also the question mark. That matches 0 or 1 C's. So if I type AB, it matches. If I type a C, it matches a C too. But it won't match any more because that question mark means 1 or 0 or 1 matches. And the last on that was curly bracket 3. All right, so I want to match 3 C's. So if I have a string down here with only 2 C's, it's not going to match it. But if I put a third C, it matches that too. All right. Now, we only have this last group, and this is all the regular expressions you need to be able to understand everything that's going on in SignWriting with our formal SignWriting. Let's talk about the first one. We have the brackets, and that matches any character from a list. So if I have bracket ABC bracket and brackets, it's going to match an A, or it's going to match a B, or it's going to match a C. It will match any one of those characters in there, but only one of them at a time. After that, rather than putting A, B, C, we can actually put a little dash between it, A through C. You can change that to A through Z and would match any character. So let's take a look at that real quick. All right. We want to match A, B, C, D, E. And each one of these is its own individual match, because I can put spaces through here and still finding all those characters to match. If I put F, it's not going to match F because F isn't in there. But I can just use that dash notation where I can put A dash F. let's do that right. And then all of a sudden you can see that F that I have down there is matching. So that is what the brackets mean. It means pick one of them and there we go. All right, we have the parentheses, and that's where we can create groups for matching. The first type, we have A parentheses B, C parentheses plus. So that plus sign is just being applied to the B and the C. So if we have that, there we go. All right. We have A, B, C, or B, C plus. That's going to match the BC group one or more times. So if I have A, B, C, it matches that. But now I can repeat BC as many times as I want. And as long with that plus and that group happens one or more times. If I change it to an asterisk, that means it's going to match 0 or more times. And you can see at the top here that we are just matching A by itself. If we have AB, it just still matches the A. If we have ABC, there all of a sudden, yes, it can find the BCs, and it keeps extending our match. The other one was that question mark. So find the BC 0 or 1 time. So here it found the A, ABC, ABC, ABC. Or we could even go to that last. Match it 3 times. And it found that type of match 2 different times. All right, and the last time with the parentheses, there's something called a pipe. The pipe, for me, it's above that key. I push shift that, and I get the pipe. The pipe is an up-down vertical bar. For that, you can split off groups. So here's that group matching. Match the AB, match the BC, or match the CD. So let's get that up there. AB, or BC, or CD. So I'll type here. Nothing to match. I type AB, all of a sudden it matches. I type AC. Nope, that's not one of those options. Type BC, it matches that, or CD, it matches that. So that grouping with the pipe character says pick one of those options in this matching group. All right. Now, here's something I wrote about on the regular expression experts on LinkedIn the end of 2011. Interesting post. You can go find that, or I'll send a link later. And that's how to write a regular expression to match a number. Now, our numbers always have 3 digits, so like 550. Now, to match that simply, we would just have that option group of 0 through 9, and that 0 through 9 actually matches each one of these individually. We have the 5, we have the 5, and we have the 0. But what we want is 3 numbers that are together all the time. So we have the brackets 0 through 9 3 times. Now, if we put our number back together, that matches that, and 120. And 009 and 749. All right. What if we only want to match certain numbers? All right. If we want to match the number All right, if we want to match the numbers 122 to 455, we can't just do that in a single step. we have to do several steps altogether. The final regex looks like this down here at the bottom, but we're going to take this one step at a time. The first thing is we have to match the tens don't match, so we have to get the tens up to the same, and that's going to match 122 to 129. So let's write that. We're going to have 120 and then 2 through 9. Now that didn't match any of our numbers yet, because we don't have any numbers between 122 and 129. But as soon as we do, 129, that's between, so we can match that. 122, 123. If we go to 121, it does not match because that's not part of our expression. All right, then we have the next one, which is going to match 130 to 199. So we have to write a different way that way. So we have 3 to 9 for that section, and 0 to 9 for that section. And that's not matching anything because we don't have any numbers between 130 and 199. So it will match that part of the regular expression will match those series of numbers. So here's the final regular expression. Let me see if I can get that right now. 9, 3 to 9, or have that section. So this, once I combine it, I say either match 123 to 129 or match 130 to 199. And that this final regular expression here builds all these parts together, and that will match any number between 122 and 455. Being able to find numbers is very important when you're dealing with a two-dimensional script. And these regular expressions are key to making that work properly. All right, token patterns. This is a step between the formal sign writing and understanding how it's constructed. You can almost think of these as little game piece tiles. And here are all of the available tiles that we can have. At the top, we have the structural markers for A. That's, oh, let's look at it. A is what we use for a sequence marker. That means when I'm going to put a sign spelling sequence in front of a sign, I have to give it the A token. We have the B for a sign box marker. B is for horizontal writing. So if you don't have a vertical writing in your lanes, either the left, the middle, or the right, you're going to use the B token because that B says it's not in a lane vertically, and it's to be assumed that was written horizontally. We have the next three, the W, the S, and the P. That stands for the writing base symbol, the sequence base symbol, punctuation base symbol. We have the two modifiers, which are the fill and the rotation, and we also have the number token. I put two examples up here. If you're talking about a writing system, then that is a set of 3 tokens. You have a writing base, you have a fill, and you have a rotation. And that is how we define a writing symbol. If you want to look at Cartesian coordinates, that is 2 numbers that have been put together. And so we express that with 2 tokens, a number and a number. Last starting point, the hexadecimal. Hexadecimal is base 16 number. So it goes from 0 to 9, and then it goes A through F. Our standard numbers are decimals, and those are only 0 through 9. And you can see the characters. Hex value 0 is 0, hex value 1 is 1. You get up here to hex value of A. That's equal to 10 all the way to hex value of F, which is 15. These hexadecimal values can spread out to be more than one character where we have strings. So the hexadecimal string of 10 is actually worth 16 in our standard numbering system, which is decimal, all the way up to you get to hexadecimal of FF, which is 255. You're going to be seeing some hexadecimal, and that's what it looks like. All right, the first definition is the symbol key. We have 3 different kinds of symbol keys. There's categories 1 through 5, which we call the writing symbols, and those are always used within the sign box in 2 dimensions. The writing symbols can also be used in the temporal sequence, which is our sign spelling sequence, how we sort our signs, and the writing systems can be used actually in both. The sequence symbols, that is category 6, or also known as the detailed location symbols. We do not use the sequence symbols in our sign box. We don't use those in 2 dimensions. They are used in the sign spelling sequence, and that can give us some really fine granularity in our sorting. Can also be used for detailed research. I think people have used it for some animation purposes. But in normal writing, you wouldn't really be using the sequence symbols at all because they're not really used for or needed for day-to-day writing. And a punctuation symbol, that's PIO as well. It's a punctuation base, a fill modifier, and a rotation modifier. If you want to read about more about symbol keys, you can look at the draft Slavinsky SignWriting text, section 2.1. Symbol key, here's what it looks like. I have S1005F. We can understand that as the S is just the start of a symbol key. That's always how it looks. We have the base, which is the next 3 characters, and this base is 100. We have the fill modifier, which is that 5th one, and that can have a value between 0 and 5. And we have the rotation modifier, which can be between 0 and 9, and then A through F. To recognize a symbol key, we have a regular expression down here. So let's write that in. Symbol key always starts with an S. We can have 1, 2, or 3 for that first. And then we have the group of 0 through 9, or A through F. And we're going to have 2 of those, and that will complete the first 3 characters of our symbol key. So if we had S100, oh, that should be a 2. There we go. It will match that, or S38B. Now, if we put on the fill and the rotation modifiers at the end of this, it's not matching those. That's because we need to add 0 to 5 for the fills. Right, we found it. And then 0 through 9, A through F. And then, as you can see, we can match any symbol key in the text. And we can have S107 or 105, 5F, 5A, 59. That symbol key is going to be able to be matched by that regular expression. If you want to see more symbol keys, you can go to the SignWriting character viewer, and you want to see the set, which is the key set for symbol keys. Symbol keys are always 6 long. Looks like I'm running short on time. Numbers. Numbers are characters. They're always 3 digits long. 2 tokens of number make a coordinate up. You can look at section 2.2. Numbers are 3 characters long. Here's the simple definition. Coordinates are 7 characters long. And that is actually 2 3-digit numbers separated by an X. Those number characters range from 250 to 749. If you wanted an explicit match, you can use this down here, and that will only match numbers between 250 and 749. But usually we just use the standard definition of 3 digits long. It's close enough. Formal sign writing, yeah. All right, a spatial symbol. This has a nice token expression where it's WIONN, and that means we have a writing base, we have a fill modifier, we have a rotation modifier, and then we have 2 numbers. And that is the definition of a spatial symbol that's used in the sign box. Yeah, because the sign box, we only use some of the tokens. We only use writing base symbols, only fill modifiers, rotation modifiers, and numbers. Right here is the token description in regular expressions, where we pick B, L, M, or R. We have 2 numbers for the max coordinate, and then we have 0 or more spatial symbols, which is that WIONN. If you want the real regular expression in formal sign writing, that is this one down here. And that is just the spatial sign box, where we describe the sign in 2 dimensions. We also have that temporal prefix we use for sorting. And in that, we can use the writing symbol base symbols, but we can also use that sequence base symbol, which is category 6, the detailed location. Again, we have the token description for that, and we also have the what that regular expression part looks like. So here is a formal sign writing string and what it looks like, if it's up there. We have 2 different sections to it. We have a time section. We also have a space section. Time comes first, and you can just see as we step down, it's basically the letter A with 2 different symbol keys, and that is how it would know where to sort. But when we look at the sign box section, or that space section, we see that we have that prefix where it's the middle lane sign box, and we get that max coordinate. And then we have a couple of spatial symbols, which is the symbol key with the coordinate, and that's how we know how to build that image. The center of every sign is the coordinate 500, 500, and that's just because that's the middle of our range between the 250 and the 749.
Amazing. Go ahead.
Should I keep going, Val, or should I jump into SignMaker?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to be back.
Welcome.
And thank you. I had to restart my computer, everybody, and it wasn't easy. I had just probably hundreds of documents open all at once, and I guess my computer ran out of memory or something, and so, I mean internal memory, just because of its graphics nature. So all of a sudden my camera wasn't working, and then I had to restart, and restarting took a good time, and I was worried it wouldn't restart, but it finally did. Well, here I am. Now, is the sound a bit echoing for you? It is for me. Anyway, I hope you can hear me. Okay, good. I'm glad it's not. Isn't technology marvelous? Steve, this is a remarkable presentation. It's about ASCII, and for those who are lay people like myself, it may seem overwhelming, and nobody has to memorize this. This is not for the everyday sign writing user. Somebody had just written to me to say, I don't understand software development. And so I'll write back and just explain that sign writing can be used on so many different levels that it's amazing. And Steve has been one of the people contributing to the software development of sign writing. And using ASCII, which is, I guess, have you described ASCII already in this presentation? I'm glad you did. To use that for writing sign language or sign writing is pretty astonishing. So I think it's cool that you're able to use the normal keyboard that we have when we buy a computer and use ASCII symbols to give us what you call formal sign writing. Isn't that true? Mm-hmm. And that's what you're showing us here. And a query is asking a question, isn't it? You're searching, essentially. Is that what that means? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Let me just finish off these last few slides. I won't go into detail.
Yes.
And then we'll get right into SignMaker, which is a lot more visual and a lot more.
Okay. Very good.
All right. The a query string, that we just tell it a query string, and that query string will be turned into a regular expression, and we use that regular expression to search our text. So the simplest query you can have is simply the letter Q, capital Q, and that means find all signs. The other short one is QT. QT means find all the signs that are sortable. you can look at Draft Slavinsky SignWriting Text Section 3 to learn more about query strings. So our query string of Q gives us this super long regular expression, and that super long regular expression is what we use to search a block of text. Here's a query string. It's going to find two different symbols. It's going to find symbol key S10000 and S205. If you know your symbols, one's the index finger, the other's the contact star. So this query string will give us these two regular expressions, and we use those regular expressions to do our searching. You can search either the temporal sequence, or you can search the spatial sign box for your signs. You can search for individual symbols where you don't need to specify the fill or the rotation. I see I put the regular expression down here. It includes this U character, and that means for unknown. Or ranges, you can say, give me a sign that has a symbol from this range, and that's just one base symbol to another base symbol. Temporal sequence, what it looks like, sign box, searching that, what it looks like. And then I show some search results, which are also in the SignMaker presentation. So I will just get right to that. If you're going to be searching for a query string, the temporal sequence searching always comes before the sign box.
You don't need to go too fast, Steve. Nobody's rushing. You do it properly, okay?
Yeah, no, I can get more into query strings, but it's more esoteric. I'd rather get to the fun stuff and just start with SignMaker.
Okay, well, this is beautiful work, and so many people are using formal sign writing. It's remarkable, really. Look at that. Wow. Okay. Well, while Steve is getting his computer set up for the next presentation, let me introduce it. How about that? If I can find my papers. Okay. Oh, boy. Steve is going to present now presentation 49. It is on our presentation webpages. They go to signwriting.org/symposium, and as you can see, presentation 49. It says it right here on the screen in the slide. And this is the use and structure of SignMaker 2015. And Steve has developed a new way to use sign writing with TrueType fonts, and it's on iPhones and tablets. So, Steve, why don't you start, and I'll be quiet.
All right, the use and structure of SignMaker. SignMaker is a standards-based editor that makes it possible to write signs in any sign language with the SignWriting script using the SignWriting 2010 fonts. SignMaker is built on the SignWriting stack, which I covered earlier. So we have the operating systems, our browsers, we have our TrueType fonts that we put inside scalar vector graphics that we can style with cascading style sheets. All this is working with our JavaScript. Our regular expressions are enabling searching and advanced processing. We have the alphabet, International Signwriting Alphabet 2010, and we have the way that we name our signs with our formal signwriting in ASCII. With SignMaker, I'm going to cover a couple things, download and installation. I'll talk about the symbol palette and the different kind of editors. I will talk about the dictionaries, how they work. I'll cover searching, and then there's some images that you can get out of SignMaker along with settings and preferences. And if you download it, you can do some advanced customizations. The first thing to download and install, if you haven't done it already, would be the TrueType fonts. There are two fonts you'll need to install, the SignWriting 2010 font and the SignWriting 2010 filling. For Windows, Linux, and Mac, you can just install those TrueType fonts directly. If you're on iOS, that second link with the guide.html, the TTF section, that will give you a configuration package for iOS, and you can download and install that configuration profile. If you don't feel like downloading and installing the fonts, or you're on Android and you can't install the fonts, you can still participate. You're just going to have to give your computer a minute or two to actually load those fonts in the background for you and make them available. For SignMaker, if you want to download SignMaker and install, all you need to do is grab the source code from that first link, download it, unzip it, and then just open the index.html file in any browser. And you're ready to go. It doesn't need a server. It's just standard HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You can put it on your desktop and just run it right from there. I have a repository code, or a page with the code on it. If you don't want to download, you can either go to the first link, which is signbank.org/signmaker.html. That's a nice index page that Valerie Sutton put together. Or you can go right to the GitHub pages, which has a demo. It doesn't have any dictionaries from SignPuddle, but you can still make your own dictionary and write your own signs. The symbol palette. Symbol palette has all of our symbols. There are 37,811 different symbols that you can find in here. And it's based on clicking and it's based on dragging. The first thing you can do is you can explore throughout the symbol palette, and that's just a series of clicks. So you pick one of the 30 groups, and you get a bunch of base symbols that are inside that group. You click on a base symbol, and you get all the rotations and all the fills. So let me go back here for a link, and I will just go to SignMaker on SignBank. And I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to find the US. All right. And it loads up with our symbol palette in the blue. And you can click on any symbol and you get more symbols underneath. We can go to the top with the top button. Let's look at all the different hand shapes we have. Well, I like that hand shape. Well, I need the other side, so there's also a mirror option that sometimes is visible, and that will flip around the symbol to the other side. So you can access all the different rotations, all the different fills for all of the different symbols. Now, to get the symbols off the symbol palette, all you have to do is drag from the symbol palette to the sign box, and you drop it there. This two-dimensional area is where we compose our signs, and this is where the sign will appear in the, or how the sign will appear. We can keep adding more symbols to make whatever we want. And that is the sign box. Here on the side, this long yellow strip, this is what we do with the sign spelling sequence. It's our time-based order. For that, again, we can just click and drag from the symbol palette. We can rearrange it within there. We can drag additional symbols. And this will determine where it shows up in the sorting. Sorting I'll get to later. All right. The symbol palette. Click for more options, drag to add. All right, our two-dimensional arrangement, that is in the sign box editor. Most of these actions work on the symbol that is selected. The selected symbol should be blue. We can rotate, mirror, change the fill, change the rotation, select next and previous, place over. I need to cover that. And then there's a couple sign actions you can do. You can recenter the sign. You have some undo and redo options. And you can also just clear all the symbols off. So if I didn't like what I was doing, I could just clear the symbols. All right, so let's do the two-dimensional arrangement. I'll put that on there. Well, I can have some rotate options where it flips it around. You can change the fill between the different characters. I need some more symbols, so let me just drag some more on there. And we can go through all the symbols with our select next and select previous, and it will go around and select the different symbols. I'll make that a little bigger. Variation, we'll go through the symbol bases, which is kind of a fun feature. All right. Centering and those sign functions. The center of a sign, when you have a head symbol in it, I just centered it, and it always puts the center of the head in the center of the sign box. If I have another couple signs over here, and I center it again, it's still centered, because when there's a head symbol, it's based on the center of the head. If I don't have a head symbol and I center it, it's based on the center of the sign image. So centering will do the entire sign. I was talking about the undo. I didn't like it when I just did that, and you can just slowly scroll back through all the different options and undo what you have done. Or you know what, I really did like that, and you can go back to redo and go all the way through the list of what you did. All right, and that last one was clear all. Okay, yeah, we did that. All right, the temporal arrangement. This is modifying where a sign is, or how a sign is sorted. And I showed you that the same way. You can just drag from the symbol palette onto there, but you can also drag from the sign box editor. So let's take a look at that. Sorry, losing my place. All right, we are, oh, I want to sort by this, and then I want to sort by that. And that right there will determine or sort order, and you can pretty easily and quickly build your sign spelling sequence so that they will sort properly. All right, the dictionary is that green section. And I've been talking about query strings, so we can actually throw those query strings right in this search field up here, or we can put in spoken language, and we can change the size of the signs that we're seeing. The signs are sorted, and we can just click on any sign to load it, and at the bottom you get some paging information. So right now, if you look at the bottom here, I have 253 pages of signs that I can show. And I can just scroll through those, and as quick as you see, the new page just loads. Let me make the signs bigger so a little bit more obvious. And you can see that signs that are the same or very similar, have the same sign spelling sequence, are all going to be sorting next to each other because of how we do the sorting. Let's see. If I wanted to search for world, type it in there. As soon as you type it in there, you get it there. How about sign writing? I really like that, so I click on it, and I have it in my sign box, and I see this is how it is sorting. Let's see, query strings. Capital Q, if I wanted signs that only had the context star, that is S20500. It acknowledged my query string, and now we only have, well, for the large signs, there's 517 pages that have the context star, and we can just scroll through all those results, and we see that we only have the signs. If you don't want to write query strings, we can do it through the user interface. I will show that later. There are two types of dictionaries. There is my local dictionary, and with SignMaker you can make your own dictionary, and it saves it into the browser web cache. It's not kept on the server, but it's kept on your local machine. The technology is called local storage, and local storage is common for all the browsers. It's a very simple low-level API in the JavaScript and the HTML5. You don't need to know how it works other than it's connected to your browser and you can make your own dictionary. The other dictionaries are view-only dictionaries, and these are just exported directly from SignPuddle Online. They're based on specific sign languages, and you can actually copy an entire dictionary that's view-only and make it into your local dictionary, which will be stored in your browser, and you can make any edits that you want to that. The interaction will be there later, so that the sign maker will be able to interact with SignPuddle online, and you'll be able to modify the entries on SignPuddle line. But right now, it is only a view only, and you can only modify and make changes to your local dictionary itself. All right. Oh, dictionary system. All right. This is buried in SignMaker, but it's under the More and then the System tab. So over here, I click the More, and I click System. Now, though, the specific entry we're looking at is this third one, which says Dictionaries. And so you can just click on that list, and here are all the dictionaries that are available. I can do my local dictionary, or let's scroll down and we could check out Korean Sign Language. Oh, they have two that have the contact.
Well, that's a small dictionary, Steve. Why don't you choose one that's a little bit more used? How about that? Why don't you go to Brazilian Sign Language or German Sign Language? Yeah, where are we now? Or,
let's go to Brazilian Sign Language.
What is this? This is Brazilian Sign Language.
Right.
So as you can see, people have, Steve has chosen the dictionary Brazilian Sign Language. And I do have a feedback in your sound, everybody. I have a terrible feedback. Yes, you do have feedback. Okay. Do you still have feedback? Yeah. So I'm having.
All right, how about now?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Val.
No, is there any feedback? No, very good. Work better for me, at least. All right, we're certainly having computer issues today, but who cares? We are here, we're live, and we're enjoying the presentations. While you're looking at that screen, if you can see me for 2 seconds, I would just like you to see that I have it on my iPad. And I think that's wonderful. So everything that Steve is showing us can be on your phones or your tablets, as well as your computers. And there Adam is showing the phone. So I'm just trying to make sure everybody grasps that one of the reasons that this is so important to development is that Steve has brought sign writing, where you can actually write signs yourself and not just have it view only or something. You can really use it on your tablet or your phone. So I want to thank you for that, Steve. And while I'm breaking in like this, let me just tell you that Stefan has just sent us the cutest message on email in which he has a graphic showing you, Steve, just fabulous, you know, with your beard and doing 1,000 things with, oh, he's so cute with these cartoons he creates. And then he says, oh, you're doing a great job. But he's curious, is this new development of SignMaker important for Stefan's work with the SignPuddle? Does anything change if I create a new entry for the German SignPuddle? Or is this just for people who prefer to work with these new phones and tablets? Do I have to download any fonts if I continue to work with SignPuddle, as I have in the past? Those are very interesting questions, aren't they? So.
Yes. No, you don't need to download anything to keep using SignPuddle. The work is a new interface, and it's only a view of the SignPuddle. So you go into SignPuddle, use it as normal. Any new entries you put in SignPuddle would be available in SignMaker the next day. Later, we will get more integration between the new software, the new SignMaker, and the SignPuddle dictionaries. So it will give you another avenue. You can either go to SignPuddle and make the changes, or you'll be able to use the new applications to make changes. Won't change anything. There's just more options and more possibilities.
So, Stefan, it's not to be worried about. It's just new opportunities. And over time, later, you will be able to probably actually write some of your signs while you're on the go. Let's say you take a trip to another part of Germany, and oh my gosh, you've got your phone with you. You could actually add a sign to SignPuddle and use it through the SignMaker, and that could go probably up to Delex. So it's all a matter of coordinating all these programs. So the reason I'm so proud of the SignMaker 2015 program, which is the new program that Steve is developing, is it's using the TrueType fonts, which then brings it into the world a little bit more. Isn't that right, Steve? What do the TrueType fonts do for us that is better than the older system, or has a different use than the older system?
There is a lot less server chatter, a lot fewer requests. If you looked at how that symbol palette was working, every time that we clicked on a symbol, it would show us the symbols that were underneath. And when it did that, it didn't have to request those images in SVG from a server.
Okay.
So before the symbol palette to load it, it would say, well, I need to show this symbol. Let me grab that symbol. Here's that symbol. Oh, you want a different one? It's got to make a request. And when that symbol palette has the 48 different symbols it's requesting, it's making a separate request for each of those symbols, or it was before in SVG. And nowadays, we don't have to make separate requests for every symbol. We just say, hey, you have the true font downloaded or installed. Just pull from that, and the pages and the images show up, and they're snappy and quick.
So to answer Stefan's question in a translation by Valerie Sutton, which is just simply me, I would say it would be a good idea, Stefan, for you to download those TrueType fonts that Steve has developed, called the SignWriting TrueType fonts, and install them. Absolutely. Good idea to have them on your computer. However, you don't have to use them right now in SignPuddle Online, because at this moment in time, SignPuddle Online itself is not using the TrueType fonts. Isn't that true, Steve? That's right.
Yeah,
But in the future, it will. But then we'll tell you when that happens. You're not going to be surprised. Meanwhile, the SignMaker program on computers and iPads and phones is using the TrueType fonts and still coordinating with SignPuddle Online. That is not. That's what's happened right now. Yeah, because Steve is in the process of developing the software. So he started with SignMaker on these devices, and from there we'll move forward. And the next step is going to be literature, etc., until it finally gets to SignPuddle, and that will change SignPuddle. But that's not going to happen for a little while. So now, Steve, I wanted to tell people one other thing. I set up this directory page for the beautiful SignMaker that you have right in front of us on the screen. And in the process, this is a really fascinating story. Can you see the user interface? Well, before we go anywhere else, I just want to stay right where we are. Can you see where it says user interface? You can choose what spoken language you want to use on your SignMaker program. And now Steve is showing us. You see there's Deutsch. And so everything changes over to the German spoken language in the actual words. That's excellent. See that? And then if you were to choose what language are Francais, okay, here we are in French. And you can see that the words are, I can't pronounce the words properly in French, but éditeur or dictionnaire or whatever. And so everything is in the French words there. And if you go back, Steve, to other spoken languages, we even have Russian. I know this sounds amazing, but please click for 1 minute. I believe we did, oh, you're in sign language now. That's okay. I just wanted to show the Russian spoken language for 1 moment. So can you see we even put in the Russian spoken language as best we could. I'm sure there will be users who will want to make additions and improvements to the spoken language part of this. That's fine. Just tell us, and we'll be able to give you the list of words we need to translate properly, and then we can improve it. And notice how we have the Portuguese, Brazilian, etc. And right now, this is so important. The user interface right now, Steve has jumped to having the user interface in written American Sign Language. So now notice those gray boxes were actually English words or spoken language words before, saying center or throw out or delete or next or whatever. And now it's being said in American Sign Language. So everything is an interface in sign language. So now could you go back, Steve? It's a little fast. If we now go back to English so that people can see the general idea. There we go. So now we have the user interface in English. And by the way, we could have chosen Arabic too. So now let's go to the alphabet. This fascinated me. I think when you're choosing your language, you should choose the dictionary for sure in the language that you want, and the user interface in the spoken language or the sign language you want. But when it comes to alphabet, I think it's important that you choose the International Sign Writing Alphabet 2010, because we do actually have the individual alphabets for each sign language, meaning the symbols that you would use in sign writing to write that particular sign language. And the reason that has a problem right now is that we don't even know what symbols are needed for some sign languages. And so Steve has based that on how many signs were written in the dictionary in SignPuddle, and then grabbed the symbols from it and figured out what was written or what was used. So for right now, I think it's best to stick to ISWA 2010, which is just the general international symbol set, and just use that until we get enough signs in the dictionary to be able to know what signs, what symbols you need to write with. I hope I'm not overwhelming everybody. This is a lot. But take a look at the dictionary. Want to go there, Steve, and show them all the choices? It's amazing. Look at all the choices of dictionaries you could go to. For one moment, since we know Stefan is watching, do you want to go to German Sign Language? That might be under Deutsch. No, they don't have it. Oh, good. And then maybe you could go to the German user interface for the spoken language. And Deutsch, it's Deutsch, D-E-U-T-S, there we go. And then you keep it at ISWA 2010 for the alphabet. And there we are. We have German words on the screen in the actual little gray boxes that give us the commands. But we have the signs from the German SignPuddle coming into the SignMaker program on your phone, tablet, or computer. So, Stefan, the dictionary that you wrote, which must have at least 20,000 German signs in it, in the SignPuddle online, is also coming in to SignMaker. And isn't that remarkable? And Steve, could you make it go a little bit small, have fewer signs on the page there? Maybe not that few, but just, so that we can scroll there, like there. So now we can really read something. And click on that one. Stefan, I hope you're giggling. Now that must be. Oh, there you are. Oh, yes, you're sad. Oh, you're thinking. I know. See, Stefan. and what did Steve just do? He enlarged it. How did you enlarge it, Steve?
Oh, since we're using TrueType fonts, we can just. I was just pushing Control+ on my keyboard, and that just makes things bigger.
Look at that. Woo! And then you can go back down again, right? There we go. Yeah. And Stefan, you have such charming things in your dictionary besides signs. But the point is, all of this can now be put onto your tablet and phones, and your students might really enjoy having some of these signs on their devices. So you can see you can change, and all you have to do is change language under the more, or that's the under, and then under system, right? You go under more and then under system to make these changes. And then there's a button. I'm sorry I'm taking over, Steve, but I'm trying to help those who are brand new to this. You might just want to make it, oh, look at that. Are those German signs? Oh, they're so cool.
Nope, these are American Sign Language.
I like them. Can you see that sign that's down to the right? What is that sign, Adam? This one. Is that successful, or if you click on that, there it is. Isn't that a beautiful sign? Oh, show us this. This is notorious. Okay. Steve, can you teach us about the FSW and what this all means?
Well, let's got a couple more things to say about the
okay. You go ahead.
system.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. We let's see. If you're picking dictionaries, the My Local Dictionary is the only one that can be edited. That's very important, because right now I have the American Sign Language Dictionary picked. So it's a view-only dictionary. I can't make any changes. But I have this button under here that says make this my local dictionary. And what that will do is if I make this my local dictionary, all of a sudden the dictionary goes to my local dictionary, and all of these entries are now in my local dictionary, and I can edit those entries. I'll show you the dictionary and editing soon. If you don't like what you have in your in my local dictionary, you can just empty my local dictionary, and now all those entries that I have in there are gone, and it's just a blank dictionary. I still have the one in the work end or the work area. I can just clear that out. All right, but no, I really did want the American Sign Language Dictionary.
Okay.
It's got to load. Loading. It's a really big dictionary, about 10,000 signs right now.
Yeah.
All right, make this my local dictionary again. I can edit it. Also, with dictionaries, since it's in the browser, there's these two right here. One, we can export the dictionary, and that will actually save a JavaScript file with the dictionary defined in a file, and that will download it to your computer. Or you can actually take a look at the dictionary source. I think I was actually going to show the dictionary source really quick. Yeah, I am. Dictionary source, and this is actually what the dictionary source looks like.
Wow.
Bunch of formal signwriting strings and placed with tabs. So it's formal signwriting string, tab, and a spoken language term. Tab, another spoken language term. You could make this kind of dictionary in any kind of editor, and you can copy and save the whole thing. You could select all and copy, and that you know that your dictionary source will be safe, and anytime you can paste it back into this, and you can use this button to import a dictionary based on a dictionary source that you made someplace else.
Wow.
Let's see. Working with entries. Every line of that dictionary is an entry because it starts with the formal signwriting string, and then we have those spoken language terms separated by tabs. But in this, they're just in different fields. We can just clear the entry, which clears the workspace. We can update the entry because after we load an entry and we start making changes, we may want to update that entry, and that will update it in the dictionary itself. If we're creating a new entry, we'd use the other button, and we would save a new entry in the dictionary. Or if we don't want the entry that we have in the dictionary anymore, we can just delete the entry. Let's see what that takes a look like. All right, here's this dictionary tab. So here's our formal signwriting string for what that sign is, and here's our spoken language terms underneath that. I see I actually have two signs for one. I like that one. I don't like that one, so I can just delete it, and it's automatically gone from our dictionary. This, I wanted another way to spell that. One. Not the right way, but if I wanted to do that, then I would update entry. Now, if I wanted to find that entry, I could type in 1, and there's all the signs that have 1 in them, or I could type 1 the other way I typed it, and that entry is still showing up because it is using that spoken language for the search. Let's see. Oh, if you wanted to save a new one, let's clear our search term. I could put a index and a star. I want to sort by index, and I want to sort it by the star. I'll call that the star, and I would save a new entry. Now the entry is in here, but it would be properly sorted, and in the sort order, that sorts right here. All right. Now, query strings turn into regular expressions, which we can search with formal signwriting, but with the user interface, all this stuff happens in the background. Talk about how to search and diagram. I talked about that already. Here we go. If you wanted to search with signwriting, but you don't want to go through all that query string stuff, you can just use the user interface, and there is actually a search tab. And you can search based on the sign box using these 4 buttons, or you can search on the sequence using these two buttons on the side. So we can search for the same symbols. So if I put this symbol in the sign box and I search for signs that have the same symbol, here's what I'll see. If I search for just the base symbols, that means that we'll use the same hand shape, but any fill, any rotation. And I will get different search results. Location searching, which I'll get into. Let's actually just use it on the user interface. All right, let's find signs that use this hand shape. So I'll go to search, and I'll say same symbols. All right, that is showing us search results, and the search results always have that hand shape that we put in there. If I wanted to search for that hand shape and the contact, same symbols. All right, now it's only going to show us signs that have that same hand shape and the contact star. Base symbol search, that's under here, and that, like I said, would you wouldn't care about the rotation or the palm facing, so let's search for the same base symbols. And now you notice that we have that same hand shape, but we're having it in different rotations with different fills. And we also have a lot more search results. All right, there is also searching by location. It's a little bit more complicated to show. I will look for this hand shape, but I want it in this part of the sign. And when I put it down here, that means it's going to be below the center of the sign. So let's look for any signs that have that same base symbol at this location. And I did base symbol location, and you'll see that it used underneath at the lower section of the sign. But what if I put it up here? I did same base symbol location. No, didn't find anything. Oh, there it is.
I see. I see. So it's not specific. Absolutely, you don't have to measure the line of your arm as to how far it can go. It's just sort of in the general area up in that square.
Right. By default, it searches within 20 pixels of where you put that hand shape.
That's very good, Steve. I didn't know about this. This is exciting.
Right, but
Okay.
say if well, there's an advanced feature. If you want to look into the query string, you can change the how far away it is. So we're going to vary by, let's say we'll vary by 10. Oh, wait a second. I got to do this part first. Base symbol location. All right, so it's finding all the signs down here. It found 2 pages of it, but let's say it just varies from that coordinate by 10 rather than 20, and all of a sudden we're finding fewer search results. What if we do, instead of a V10, we do a V5? We only found 3, so only 3 signs use this symbol with a variation of 5 pixels. Or we could even do V0, and that means uses the same base symbol at that exact position. We didn't find any because no symbols or no signs are using that symbol at that exact location.
But you have this visual grid that you can also do it on. And may I ask a question? People don't probably realize yet, because we haven't touched upon it yet, that there's a way to change the grid to become more detailed. You know, in the yellow box right now we have a line going down and a line going across. If you were to put on the detailed grid, would you be able to search with more detail from a visual point of view? See, there's a detailed grid.
That is under More, Preferences, and I use Grid 2. We have Grid 0, which is nothing, Grid 1, Grid 2.
Right.
Yeah, you could really, let's put it a little bit lower and try searching there.
Would that change the search?
It would not change the search results, but you would be able to tell more precisely where it's positioned.
Okay. Very interesting. I'm thrilled about this idea to be able to search with visual feeling like that. That's amazing.
So those searches that I showed, the same symbols, the same symbol but with different rotations and fills using the base symbols, or the same symbol's location, or the base symbol's location. And the base symbol's location will say all the signs that use that symbol without regard to fill or rotation around that coordinate. So all of these 4 work with that sign box. Let's see, if I search here, I'll do same base symbols. All right, you'll see that this first sign that it found has that index, and if we click on the symbol, we can actually see that it started with that index hand shape in our sorting. But when we search with the by the symbols how they're sorted, we can get a better. Well, let me just show you. I'm going to put the symbol into the sign spelling sequence, and I say find the same symbols, or find the signs that have these same symbols in this sort order. So it's only going to use this information here to create our query. And these signs, if we click on them, you see that they all start with that specific hand shape.
Yeah, right. Boy, that's well done.
And let's see. Let's undo that. All right. Now we can also put that symbol up there, and I'll put a contact star, and I'll say base symbol sorted. And since I'm using base symbols, that won't care about the fill or the rotation. And you can see that we have all of these signs, and these signs are sorted by that hand shape and then the contact star. So if we click on any of these, we'd see that, yep, they start with hand, contact star. So you can really get, you can really jump to different parts of the dictionary in a sorted way. Like I just want to see signs that start with that hand shape or that hand shape. I'll say search the same base symbols, and then you'll see we jump to the part of the dictionary sorted where it has this hand shape and then the other hand shape. And since I did the base symbols, it didn't care about the rotation or the fill. So great way to use query strings. Actually, if you click on any of these options, you'll notice that our query string changes. So if I do same symbols, here's what the query string looks like. If I do base symbols, here's what the query string looks like. And it will automatically change that. So if you don't want to use query strings, you can use the buttons. But if you want to get into query strings, know that in SignMaker you just type them right in that field. Or you can just type in English.
Amazing. Amazing.
Go ahead, Bill.
No, that's all right. Please go ahead.
So in my presentation, I go through a couple of the search examples, and I show you what the search results are going to be like.
Yes.
All right, ping and SVG. It's really neat. You can get sign images out of SignMaker. So let's say I like this sign right here. I want to actually have it as a picture. I click under More, and I have 2 options. I can do ping, or I can do SVG. Now, as soon as I click on ping, this here actually is a ping. I can do a right-click on that, and I can save that image as, or I can copy the image URL, or I can copy the image, or I can even print the image.
Yeah, and it prints. It prints so beautifully. I was able to print huge. Can you show them that? Yeah, you're going to do it right now, aren't you?
Yeah, there's a size field. Size defaults to size 1, but you can go size 2, or you can go size 5. That's a little bit big for the screen.
I love it, and I printed it out on my computer. I couldn't believe it, and I had done it from my iPad, I believe. Wow. Very, very exciting. Yeah.
So if you were building inky flashcards, you wanted to paste a specific image, you could create your sign image in here, create a ping out of it, copy, paste.
Yes. And you can actually, if it's not an SVG but a ping, like you're doing right now, you can actually, I know you just said it, but I'm going to repeat it anyway, because it takes me several times to hear something before I get it. If you take the mouse and you, is it right-click on it? Is that what you would do?
Yeah.
On the actual, yeah, right there. See what he's doing? And that Steve is doing? It's, it gives you all of those features, and you can copy and and then paste into other documents. Isn't that true? It would go into, let's say, a Microsoft Word document, or as you just said, an Anki card, by just right-clicking on the symbol itself in the yellow sign box. You don't even have to do anything more than that, and you get it. Yeah.
Yep. You just have to go to More, Ping Image. It becomes a Ping Image, and you can change the color if you want. And that is all done with our...
I didn't even realize you could do that. So you could type in the word blue in English?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
There are I use just CSS colors, so light blue. Yep, light blue works.
But you have a black center for the white fill. So how do you solve that one if you wanted to make the fill white? Oh, there it is. It says fill. Oh my gosh, duh. Okay.
If you would rather use hex colors, you can use FF0.
Yeah, that you know when you're doing web design, you start learning these numbers. Yeah,
or
that's a big.
12A.
Oh yeah.
217.
Oh my goodness, yeah. These are numbers in the different worlds of graphic design on computers, everybody. And isn't it amazing how Steve had that memorized? You're astonishing that way.
It's either 3 or 6 long, so.
So, yeah, so there's color, and then you can change the fill color with that fill button, obviously, and then change the color there.
There's also a download button. You click the download, and it saved it for me as vocabulary.ping, and I can just, after I download it, I open it up, and there's my image.
Wow. So it gives you exact color that you asked for. Very nice. And exact size, and is that a ping or an SVG? That's a ping, right?
This is a ping. This is an SVG.
Okay. So when you just did the copy, and where did you paste it? I didn't quite catch what happened.
I just clicked the download button and downloaded it to my computer, and it downloaded it as vocabulary.ping, and I can just open that up in any graphics program that understands ping.
Well, so if you were on SVG, could you download that, or is that not possible?
Click the download. I have vocabulary.svg. Let's see what and there we go. And that opens it up in the browser I was in.
Yes. And one thing I want to tell everybody, I wasn't able to open the SVG on all programs. It really does depend on the program, because SVG is a little more, what is it? A little harder for programs to open depending on how they're made. Is that right? I don't quite know the reason.
Yeah, well, there's a couple different things. One, Safari, that when you're using Safari on a Mac, those download buttons don't work. It just opens that image, ping, or SVG in a new window.
That's true, it does, yeah.
Right. For the rest of them, as long as you have the TrueType fonts installed, you can use the SVG. But normally, if you're going to be using it in other programs, the ping is a lot easier to use. The SVG is possible. It can just be a little bit quirky sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think it worked for me in Microsoft Word. I can't remember why. But ping did work, and that's all that matters. So I just wanted everyone to know that there's some kind of problem sometimes with SVG, only because not all software supports it. But here we are. This is great, Steve, isn't it? Don't you think so, Adam? Of course, Adam is muted at the moment, but you did say yes in your head, and you can see it. He's on his phone. He's writing sign writing on his phone. He's too busy.
Phones are a little bit small still for the type of interface I put together, but we can tweak the user interface. That sign writing stack works on the phones, so as long as we get the user interface workable.
Well, talking about that, I know, Steve, you told me that someday you're planning to do an app that would be very similar. Isn't that right? Right.
There's an app for Android based on SignMaker, and later I'll be able to make an app for iOS that uses the same code.
Well, actually, I want you to know there's somebody from Brazil who just wrote to me and said that they're using the app on Android. Isn't that nice?
Oh, yay.
Yay, I agree. Yay.
Here's this vocabulary.svg. If you view the page source, it's still going to look like gibberish, but it's an ASCII world. This is what the SVG actually looks like. And if you actually look inside, you can say here, you can find the formal sign writing string is available inside there. And you can probably also see here, translate, here's our Cartesian coordinates that we use that are embedded in the SVG.
I see.
So.
And as you all know, everybody, both Adam and Steve worked on SVG for several years. This is not a small development to have SVG, but now it's being used a lot. And look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? I love it. I really love it.
All right, so we have images, ping, and SVG.
Yes, bravo.
Let's see. Available options. Oh, Val already went over part of this, and that is under More and Preferences. And we can just change the grid in the back between, I don't want any grid, I want the center of the sign marked off, or I want to see a lot more grid detail. So I can line that sign up right there. Just make the screen bigger. And you can really put things where you want it and adjust. Under here, I love these. This is the CSS, which is just fun. We can have black on white. We can have white on black.
Well, we don't go too fast. Here's white on black. Here's black on white. Yeah, wait a minute. So let's go back to black on white. I like the black on white. Just give us a minute to look at it, Steve, because it takes a minute to come up on your screen.
True.
And we're still waiting to see black on white. I'm not seeing it. Can you click on black on white again? Are you seeing it, guys?
Yes, I'm seeing black on white.
Oh, all right. Well, my screen must be frozen then, so go right ahead.
Yep.
Don't ask me.
Then we have the white on black, which gives us that inverse image.
Very nice. There comes black and white for me. I don't know why. Isn't that funny? It's all good. So it's beautiful. Gee, it's amazing.
And then we have the colorful option, which you can see the symbol palettes in blue, the editors are yellow, command buttons are on the orange, and our dictionaries in the green.
Very nice.
But I like switching between the three different views just because with our TrueType fonts and our cascading style sheets, it just automatically loads it. Where before, when we're using the server-side SVG, it would have to grab a new image for every sign that it's showing, and it would have to grab a new image for every symbol that it was showing. And that can really delay pages, and they really flicker a lot more.
Yeah, so the TrueType fonts, in other words, have speeded up the use of the symbols, right? It's made it faster to grab the symbols, yes.
Right, and there's no delay between seeing the symbols.
Yes, very, very impressive, yeah.
Let's see, available options, went over those. System, okay, we were looking at the system, and we talked about how you can change the user interface between the different spoken languages. We can even do sign language interfaces. Then there's the alphabet subsets. Let's talk about that really quick. Not a true alphabet subset, but what it is, it's a programmatic subset. So for all of the different sign puddles, I went through and wrote a program that says, okay, go to that dictionary that they have and grab all the signs that they're using and find all the symbols in those signs and only show signs that they actually are using. For small dictionaries, you don't really get enough to write with. That's why Val was saying stick with the ISWA 2010. For other ones, for really large ones, you're not really going to see that much difference. Because here is the new subset. And for ASL, under the index hand shape, these are the symbols that people are using. But if I went to that same subset with the ISWA 2010 and went under the index, you'll see that there's actually 4 more hand shapes. That's because under the index hand, there are 4 hand shapes that don't appear in the ASL dictionary. Now, this is not to say that all of these, when we go to ASL, American Sign Language, and we go to that index, we're not saying that these are all the ones that are necessarily or should be in the ASL alphabet. I'm saying that in the sign puddle ASL dictionary, these are all the hand shapes that are used. So if there's a hand shape that you think, well, this hand shape right here does not belong in the dictionary, so you could just drag that over
Oh.
you could search in the dictionary and show me all the signs that
are using it.
Right. Oh, let me.
It's okay, but this is a fascinating idea that you could hone in on what symbols are really needed for writing just your one sign language. That's what you're saying, I think. Isn't that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me actually load up the ASL dictionary so I can search in it.
Well, this has become very complex because there are different writers of American Sign Language, and some of them use small variational differences between symbols, really minor differences, and yet that could create a new symbol within the list, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. That's one of the big issues that we'll be facing in the future years, is pinning down what symbols are absolutely necessary to write one sign language, and not every sign language.
So I just searched for this hand shape, and it only has these signs that are actually in there. So you're like, you know what's that one supposed to be?
So you go to dictionary and you look up the word there. See the word, it says minimum. What is it? I'm curious as to what the three are over there on the left that are all the same. Maybe they are just
me, myself.
And this one is self, skill. Oh wow, they're just different people who've entered the same sign. And yeah, that's what happened there. So they could be combined into one entry with multiple definitions. That's what that could be.
Right,
so,
or if there's a hand shape that shouldn't be in there, we can just start deleting these out of the sign puddle online or rewriting them to use the hand shapes that they're supposed to. And that way...
Well, I'm sorry. I just feel so badly to have to interrupt you, but we only have 4 more minutes, I think, before the broadcast will actually be turned off on us. I believe that's what happens because we've scheduled it for exactly 4 hours.
I remember last time we went to 8 hours, and that was the limit that we could broadcast for. I don't think we should actually have a problem going over time.
Is that right, Adam? You don't know. You think what? We need to hear you. We're not sure what you mean. You're not sure. Well, then I may be wrong. Oops.
The only reason why I'm not using my mic right now is just because I know that when you're talking, I get a feedback loop with you. I don't know why.
I am sorry, but let's put it this way. I would like to tell you all about tomorrow and to thank Steve right now, just in case I am correct that that Google Hangouts is going to cut us off because I think we scheduled it for exactly 4 hours. Now, I may be wrong, and if that's the case, then Steve can keep talking, so that's cool. So I still want to thank you, Steve, very much for a great presentation, and also the presentation in our in the time that we had allotted as a break between 10:30 and 11 Pacific time. You used that time period to present the ASCII encoding that you have developed for sign writing. So I want to thank you for both of those presentations. I would like to suggest that we take the ASCII presentation and I will create another presentation webpage for it and make it number 53, which would be at the end, and we'll still have that video of what you taught, or we could redo a video to make it work with it, because I think it's an extremely important presentation. So thank you for adding a presentation for us. For all those who are watching and might have to leave in 2 minutes, I'd like you to know that tomorrow we have our last day of the SignWriting Symposium 2015. And tomorrow we start again, another 4 hours, and the first presentation will be by James Shepard Cagle on Nicaraguan Sign Language. The title is actually What Three Little Pigs and a Hungry Wolf Can Teach Us About Sign Language Grammar, which is simply because they wrote the story of Three Little Pigs and a Hungry Wolf, and when they wrote that in Nicaraguan Sign Language, in sign writing, they learned a lot about grammar, and that began research that was very important. So James will be telling us about that. The second session tomorrow will be from Germany, and it will be about another font for sign writing. And the third session is from Tunisia, and it's avatar software being programmed. Here it is. There's the sign type. Here's a memo sign. That's the last presentation tomorrow is from Tunisia, and Mohammed Ali Khanisi will be presenting a memo sign game, a match game for deaf learners using an avatar that was programmed also by Yusra Bozid. And if you go back one, the middle session tomorrow is called Sign Type, designing a signwriting font, the ideas and challenges, and it's by a team of young designers in Germany at the University of Hamburg. So that's what's happening tomorrow. It's an exciting day, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Now, Steve, do you want to keep going? Because I think we have a minute, and wouldn't it be interesting to see if we can keep recording? And if so, you are welcome to keep talking. Go right ahead.
All right, I think I'm close to the end.
Okay, sorry.
Not at all. Preferences system. I was talking about the alphabet, right? For the alphabets, we'll get to customizations later. If you represent a certain language and you want to, rather than having the alphabet be programmatic for your language, if you would rather design one and have that be a static, I can replace the dynamic recreated alphabet every day with a predefined reduced alphabet, and that you can take out symbols that are only used once or twice, or you can add symbols that you think might be needed if you're going to write in the language. All right, that is it for the front end. Now we get more into the customization and the back end. If we look at this project, this is the actual SignMaker code. If you downloaded it, you're going to find about 70 kilobytes of configuration data. And that configuration data is broken down between 7K for the alphabet.js, and that is the structure of the SignWriting 2010 alphabet. And I have that in the alphabet.js file, that if you download the SignMaker code, you can actually go in there and you can update the alphabet, and you can customize the alphabet so that it displayed how you wanted and only included the symbols that you wanted to see. Dictionary.js, that is if you wanted to, there's a button right here, export dictionary. It gives you a dictionary.js file. You could just paste that or copy that file right over this dictionary.js file. And after that, you can actually use this button to reload dictionary. And that is a way to save your work. You could download that .js file, you could put it in that configuration directory, and you know that if your browser ever cleared the cache and removed your dictionary from your browser cache, you would always have that dictionary.js that you could reload. It's a great way to be able to back up your dictionary and also be able to restore it. All right, we talked about, the keyboard. I didn't show this at all. It's a work in progress, but you can, right now I'm just using the arrow keys, and you can just use the arrow keys to move it around.
Okay.
If you hold down the shift key, you can move it 10 pixels at a time.
Wow, that's nice.
If you use the tab, you can tab through the symbols that are selected. Or you can do a shift tab, and that would go the other way around the symbols that you had.
Does this work on an iPad or a tablet?
An iPad or a tablet would have to have the keyboard visible, and the keyboard would only be visible when it was in one of these fields, but the keyboard elements don't work if you're in a field, okay. So no, not on the tablet.
It's just on computers, exactly. Okay, but that's a great feature.
Right, yeah. We have the slash right there, and the slash does the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
We have the period, which will give us our change our fills, I believe.
Really? Wow. So do you have this documented here in your presentation, don't you?
No, I actually didn't put anything about the keyboard in it. We have the mirror key.
Okay, you're going to have to, we don't know what you're doing, Steve, when you're showing us this because we can't see your keyboard. So
right.
we don't know what keys you're touching. How did you just do the mirror key on your keyboard?
That is the comma, which should be the same as SignWriter DOS.
Oh, okay. Very good. So you have similar SignWriter commands, the command keys as we used to call them. Yes, the comma key was, I believe, the mirror key. That's correct, yeah.
And the slash is the rotation.
That's exactly it. That was true. It's been a long time. Go ahead.
Also, you can push the delete key. So you click on a symbol to select it, you push the delete key,
wow.
And it'll just remove it. So I was trying to get some keyboard starting in there. It's really kind of rough. What I have so far is actually defined in this keyboard.js file.
Okay. Well, but just for everybody else's knowledge, you can still do editing even if you don't have the keyboard in the way that Steve is using by just clicking on the Edit tab. Yes, go ahead.
Right, yeah, and you can check out the keyboard.js. I know not all the keyboards are the same, so that is another way you could customize the software if you had it downloaded.
Okay.
The majority of that configuration data, we have 65K, and that's in the messages.js. And that has all that user interface for the Arabic, for the English, for the French, for the Norse, American Sign Language, and that's all in there. So if you wanted to download, you could customize all the keys and all the messages on the keys. Or if your language isn't available in the user interface, you could add it here, and then you could contribute to the project, and we could get that new languages in the user interface.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's actually go to that SignMaker. And this is the actual code right here, and you can see we have the alphabet.js. Lots of code, again, you're going to see. But that's nothing more complicated than organizing everything by symbol keys. So symbol keys are a little bit scary, but it's a nice, succinct way, because S10000 is the index, and under the index, here's all the symbol keys that we have.
Okay.
And so all of the information is in a file that you can update and change if you want. We have dictionary, which is empty, keyboard, but messages. Here's the really nice one. You can look through, and we have all the different sign language names that can be translated. We have the ISWA names for all the different base symbols. And then you scroll down further, and we get to the, there's a lot of symbols.
There are. Yes, there are.
All right, and after the symbols, 38B, there we go. We start getting our messages, and here's AR for Arabic, and you can see that we have all of our Arabic strings in that. And then after we have our American Sign Language interface, and in that we use our formal sign writing strings. Any sign language, you can just put get the right language code and just put in your formal sign writing strings.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one for clear entry. So I can actually copy that, and all right. In SignMaker, on the Dictionary tab, there's a field that says FSW. You can not only copy the formal sign writing out of there, you can actually paste it in. So that entry that I had under the clear, this is what it looks like. If I didn't like how that looks, I could take that symbol and let's rotate it that way. And we'll take this symbol and we'll rotate it that way. Yep, that's how I want the symbol. You go in here and you can double click and get that FSW, copy, and you could go back to that code and you could just replace it right there in your configuration. And
Wow.
we could quickly build user interfaces in the different sign languages that we want to use. Let's see, that is the configuration. Before I was talking about the include library. Here's this support library, and that's up only about 48K. Let's take a quick look at the support libraries. That's in the lib directory. There is Dragability, which makes everything drag and drop properly across all the browsers and on our phones and on our tablets. That's a pretty small library. We have the Mithril min.js. That's just a framework similar to Angular, but a lot simpler, a lot smaller. About 20K. We have the SignWriting 2010 min.js, and that is the SignWriting 2010 JavaScript library. It's 20K. It gives you all of the functionality that you need to make SignWriting applications. And there's a translate min, and that just helps us switch between the user interfaces, just a little support library. The only 3 files I had to write, I wrote the index.html, I wrote an index.js, and I wrote an index.css. And that is what this about 60K of custom HTML, JavaScript, and CSS is. And that 50, 60K is all that SignMaker is built and using. So we have a lot of functionality in a pretty small package. If you download it and install it on your own computer, and you want to get some SignPuddle Online dictionaries, you can get dictionaries or alphabet online. Here's the alphabet link. Here's the dictionary link. And you click on there, and you have to know the language code for your dictionary.
Yes.
So I know that ASE is actually American Sign Language, so if I wanted the American Sign Language dictionary, I would just take this dictionary and I would copy it. And then I could take in my code, and in the configuration, there's an alphabet and a dictionary directory. Under the SignMaker configuration dictionary, on your local code that you had on your computer, you would actually just paste it in this directory. And then later, when you went into your own copy of SignMaker, you could go under More, System, and that dictionary would appear under the loading dictionary. Let's see, same thing for alphabets. You just put it in the config alphabet or the config dictionary. Yeah, a lot of things to cover in there. I hope I didn't go too quick. I think it's a great little program. I think it's a lot of fun, too.
Oh, it is. It's a wonderful program. It's not even little. It's actually humongous from a software development point of view. And from a user's point of view, it actually feels like a small little program because maybe just because of the size of the tablets we're using or the phones that we're using. Although I'm going to be frank with everybody, I use it on my computer actually because even though I love tablets, I prefer to use my mouse and be on a big screen. So everybody can do whatever they wish. You can go to signbank.org/signmaker.html for a little user interface that I created just to get you in. You know, you can click on a flag or whatever and get in there, and then you can just start playing around. So, yes, Steve, would you like to say anything else?
Yeah, oh, if you're on a computer and you're using the mouse, you can get hover and tooltips.
Oh, yes, that's true. There they are. Yeah, you get information that way. Yeah.
Touch single, touch multiple, touch between.
Yeah, see the words that are there. That's called a tooltip, apparently. I used to call it a mouse over, but I guess that term went away.
Yep. The tooltips also work on the dictionary side, so you could actually see what the spoken language is for any of these entries that appear in the dictionary without having to load them. And look down here.
That's a wonderful feature to know what the gloss is for that sign by just putting your mouse over the sign in the dictionary on your computer, and up comes that word popcorn, so you know that's what the person was writing. Very good. You can also see it under the dictionary tab, as you can see. And to change the signs, well, you just drag one into that box, that yellow box, and you just click on Edit, and you start making changes to the sign that you don't like, and then you make it a local dictionary and save what you did. It's kind of simple as that. And for me, I just started using it. I didn't even have to have instruction. We also created some video instruction, which just shows my mouse running around on the screen. If you want to look in YouTube or on our HTML page, signmaker.html, under signbank.org, down at the bottom, you have links to different videos and to Steve's work, to all his code. Steve, it's a phenomenal development, and I hope more people will contribute the spoken languages of their country to help us get more languages available. Here's the signmaker.html page. If you go down, Steve, to down lower, or click on video instructions, see where it says videos there. If you click there, you see how there are a bunch of YouTube videos that I created. All I did was just simply show people how I used it as a user. And you just click on one of those and it shows you how my mouse was moving around. And I did talk in English, so we certainly have lots to caption, don't we? But yeah, and they're not the greatest. But some people have watched them, and I believe some people are using SignMaker because of the videos. So, Steve, I want to thank you. This has been a remarkable development. And thank you for the 2 presentations today. And Adam, thank you so much for your help. And I am sorry about my computer. I'll have to restart it every day now, I think. I have too much going on in the background. Too much memory being used. And we'll see you tomorrow morning, guys. We're going to start again early in the morning. And we look forward to seeing everybody at the SignWriting Symposium 2015 Day 4, which is tomorrow, the 24th of July. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.